Oh, one of those days. One of those days. We did Anti-Oedipus today. And yeah, I'm gone. Yeah, I know. We did Anti-Oedipus today. And immediately following that, I had a script I've been working on that I'm trying to get out the door about paternalism. Trying to tackle paternalism. I mean, again, this is how much it's been a long fucking day. Trying to tackle paternalism specifically through rethinking how we consider a handful of science fiction shows, including Peacemaker and Star Trek's Prime Directive, and how paternalism, when it comes to how we deal with imperialism, how we deal with other things, isn't just a matter of like Daddy says, but instead the very nature of how we sort of deal with people in general. And my brain is dying. It's very much dying. So this outfit is for a reason. My goal is to relax in game and relax. By relaxing, I'm just going to go ahead and chill here. We're going to chat and I'm going to just hang. The last time I did one of these, we ended up having a bunch of people join and ask all kinds of great questions and all kinds of fun stuff. And I kind of dig that. So, one sec. We'll go ahead and just move on over to it then. And I am a disembodied head because I think it's just easier, in my experience, to see things. Because the reality is, you want to see things. You don't want to watch me. You want to see the stuff I'm doing. And we're going to do that. And it's going to be... you may recognize it. You may not. I don't know if you've played it. But why is it not... It doesn't seem like it's pulling audio for some reason. That's fun. That makes it really fun. Why would it not pull audio? Oh, there it is. We're going to just turn that audio from the game a bit down. It's great. It's great. So, you get to have Brooks relaxing and playing Oblivion Remastered. I had 200 some hours in this game once upon a time. And I mean that, like, it was my first game on the Xbox 360. It's the reason I bought an Xbox 360. And I will never forget sitting up in the room I had. I had a room that was just a TV and a couch about 5 feet from it. And I just lived in there. And I played the game 3 times straight through, 200 plus hours. I adore Oblivion. I adore Oblivion, to say the least. So let's put this where it belongs, which is down at the bottom here. So we're all in front of it. And we're going to go ahead and just bust through. We'll make the text. Yeah, it's fine. Who gives a shit? That's fine. Fine, fine, fine. I'm not playing with the controller. I'm excited to see how jank it is, how pretty it is, all those fun things. But yeah, if you have questions, anything that is like, hey, random convos, random philosophy stuff, things about anti-Oedipus even, feel free. That's kind of the point of this, is kind of relax and chill and play and talk through all of it. Wonderful. That's my favorite new thing that everything has, is 900 of those. Available now, deluxe upgrade. Oh no, I'm not spending money on this. This is on Games Pass, you fools. Uncapped frame rate, but we'll see how that works. I wonder what that does. All Bethesda games, their engine is built in a very particular way where frame rate is physics, where they do ticks based on frame rate. And so when they have ticks that go a little bit above and beyond what they expect or even lower, it actually breaks their physics. So it's going to be interesting to see how far we can push that. I am not really in the mood to do RT. I don't really care. But fuck it, let's see what happens. I don't want any upscaling. And anti-aliasing is just a waste. There. We'll give this a try. Actually, I'm going to get rid of music because I don't care. And the rest should be fine. There, that'll be nice. All right. All right, so Envy.
87 years ago. For 65 years.
I don't care. Just so you know, we're going to be not caring about a lot of things. We're going to be super not caring about a lot of things, to say the fucking least. Envy says, I was reading Aramis by Latour and Le Guerin came up. I didn't know who he was. I looked him up and wanted to ask, did he actually contribute to DNG's idea of deterritorialization? Yeah, I mean, he's significant. There's a handful of very particular phrases from Gorhan that Deleuze also cites, and I'm trying to remember what they are and where. I'm not going to be able to do it right now. If you go in the QC and ask in theory chat, you will have someone literally point you to the very particular thing, and there is particular things. Oh, kind of like being a pinhead. That'd be fun. Let's see. Dark Elves. Fun. No, not my thing. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's been a while. I don't know if I care about any of these things at all. We'll find out in time. They don't really matter long term. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Valid name. It is going to be. I just don't care. I don't give a shit at all. I just want to see how the game plays and get through that. That is. The frame rate is dropping badly. Let's get rid of some of those options. Drop it to medium, maybe. That probably will help a lot. Yeah, it keeps it above 60 FPS, but I want more. I am a spoiled person with FPS. Even though you guys might not even be able to see the difference. I'm very spoiled when it comes to FPS. Hardware. Well, wait, what the fuck? It's too low. We'll see what happens. That's weird. We have a software mode that's on by default, but I can't imagine that would be any faster.
Wood Elf, you're a little far from the forest, huh? Looks like your days.
That FOV is terrible for me. Let's no. Fuck you. All right, we'll see how that goes, I guess. Much better. Yeah, Gorhan's really solid. Wikipedia, doesn't it have a source for that claim? Because that's... Someone in the QC will have it. I would have it if I was in the mood. If I was in the mood. That's the problem, is I'm not going to be in the mood. Yeah, we know. I'm not sure how tired I am of this intro. That frame rate dropping to 40 is fucking annoying as hell. It's a frustrating thing, which I know is like one of those things. It's like, dude, no one cares. Yeah, detect. What are you going to set me at? You set me at all of it, ultra. Excellent. We'll just turn that off. Let's see what the software quality is. Let's see how fast that moves me up.
We don't know that, sire. The messenger
Yeah, still having trouble staying above 60. That's frustrating as shit. I can't turn it off completely. It's very weird. It's got to have low real-time reflections. I have no desire for that. So let's fucking get rid of a bunch of that shit then. Leave high, all that. Global illumination, I don't give a fuck. And we'll see what happens.
No, they're dead.
There's no difference in frame rate whatsoever.
What's this prisoner doing here?
The fuck? So my like highest settings and lowest and like mid settings do nothing. Let's just bounce this down to low and see if that fixes things. I leave it to Bethesda games every time. It's like it's going up to almost 100 frames per second, the lowest possible settings. And the highest possible settings is 60 dropping to 40. That's not fucking good. Let's try again. We'll just move it up to ultra. Let's do custom, maybe. Turn on hardware, low. I don't want, see, it keeps turning on upscaling. I fucking hate upscaling. Not everyone can see it. I found it very frustrating. One of the things when we were building the Star VR headset I found is you can actually, there are people, it's not everyone, but there are some who can actually see frame rate and actually recognize different things and latency and experience it a little bit differently. Okay. And I could definitely see it, and it was really wild, actually.
We're not out of this yet.
And it's been fucking years. I love it.
I've seen you. Let me see your face. You are the one then.
Oh, the retro. The nostalgia just hits you as soon as that starts. Every time.
Next, my blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Glad you like Malibu, Estelle. I think you would, from the conversations we've had. Malibu's very clever, very smart, doing really fun sort of things.
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
This frame rate is making me fucking nuts.
Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
Yeah, man.
Don't try anything. Looks like this is your lucky day. Just stay out of our way.
But it's like diving into Malibu's writing, I've always really appreciated. The way she handles things and the way she talks through Deleuze, the way she talks through Hegel, I find it just really enlightening. Boop, 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 come on.
I told you to keep out of our way.
Dude, fuck off.
Are you all right, sire?
Captain Reno,
Oh, shit, they have a loot all. Nice.
there's trouble ahead.
Yeah, let's take her shit. I like that.
Maybe waiting for us?
Boop, 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 boop. Let's do... Oh, well, I like the Mythic Dawn look.
Here. Don't know, but it's too late to go back now. Don't worry, sire. We will get you out of here.
They won't be the first to underestimate the blades. Take point.
I have not been to Rwanda. I actually haven't been to the entire continent of Africa.
Try to follow.
It's one of the very big holes. Holes in my existence, you could say. Oh, fuck. This fucking frame rate sucks. It's dropping to like 40. So, I am, I'm very upset about that. Because I have a fucking 4090, 256 gigs of RAM and a Threadripper. And if I'm not getting like a steady 60, your game is just not really well optimized. It's very frustrating. Every time I play any of these, it's just like, come on. I've Doom's in my list. I subscribe to Game Pass once every 2 months. People ask, Brooks, whenever you search, I see you occasionally use Bing. I do use Bing. Kagi is my main search engine, Kagi. But Bing, if you once in a while, just once in a while, use it twice a day, you end up getting a lot of points through Bing Rewards, and you can redeem them for Games Pass. So every 2 months, I get a free month of Games Pass. Seriously. So I would just say it's worthwhile occasionally as a thing. I don't even understand how this is running this badly. It's a little bit better. I have forgotten the fuck I'm supposed to do. I should have been paying attention. God damn. It has been too goddamn long. Wow, that is nice and delayed. Good, lots of stuff. Not going to Africa is a big regret. I got very close. I've spent time in Qatar, UAE. I ended up, because of various weird things, having to sort of jump between them. But never actually made it over. And I need to. I've got really close friends in like Egypt. I've got a buddy who's got a business out of Kenya. And I just haven't like had an excuse. And now, once you have kids, traveling to Africa is like its own gigantic thing cost-wise, because I'm just not going to like go without the kids. I want them to be able to have that conversation with me and to be able to make memories if they want to be making memories. Right? So it's kind of like, what do you do? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough when you have a kid. It's its own thing. That's for sure. So, yeah. Just a little bit of that. I'm going to stick with leather. Fuck that stuff. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Well, that's... Come on. They didn't even see me. Fantastic. Come on, stupid. It's gonna be frustrating. And I died. Wonderful. It's okay. Take me right back in there. I forgot to equip arrows, so I died. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, I want that one to go there. That should probably be fine, and then good piece tongue out. Fucking hate this game. Ah! Let's see. Take all that shit. What the fuck are the buttons is going to be my first question. Oh, it's not holding my cursor. It's my favorite thing. Come on. There it goes. All right. Forward, back, jump, wait, auto move. I have auto move. Wonderful. I don't need that. Interact, grab, hold, dismount. Cast spell is C or side mouse. Good. I can do that. Sheath is F. I can move that. All right, cool. Fair enough. And then, is there a... Yeah, there isn't a... That sucks. All right, well, we'll see what happens. So we get arrows up. This has just been too fucking long since I played it. Come on, one more. Bump. Let's see. That is a shit weight ratio. Shit weight ratio. Let's see. Lighting is pretty cool, actually. Well, I'm not sure how I'm still partially hidden would be my first question there. Okay, so R is where you bring up the shortcut circle for that. Easy enough. Flares there. Let's see. It's one of the reasons we record is we're aware, or at least I'm aware, that not everyone can be in every reading. It's one of the realities of the situation of kind of being a normal person in this world. It's tough. Come on. When we first did our readings, because they were during the pandemic and we kind of started in that spot, that's a terrible weight ratio. Terrible. Bones and bullshit. Bones and bullshit. Warhammer. That could be nice. Does that put me over a limit? It does not. So let's see. Good weight ratio. This katana doesn't sell for shit, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm surviving. But it's one of the reasons I'm glad we record, because I can't even attend everything. My brain kind of hits a wall once in a while. I'm doing too many of these fucking readings and too many conversations around all this shit, and I just kind of end up in this place where it's like, you know, fuck, my brain just dies. And it's just a lot. I'm redoing my second read-through of Klosowski's Vicious Circle. Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle, which is amazing. And this latest reading of AO made it like solidified that I needed to get much stronger with it, because I'm not as strong as I should be with it, to say the least. And, you know, his writing is incredibly dense but lyrical. And so you kind of come away very quickly with an understanding of it, which is why I like his writings. But the reality is, like, it's not the full meaning every time, and you need to be really careful about that as you do it. I like the look of the mushrooms. The like physicality of it. It's one of the things that Unreal does pretty well. It does have a feel to it that I like. This doesn't look as unreal as some other games tend to. Yeah, let's do Collins. I'm gonna hang in the QC. If you want to chat, I'll be in, let's see. We have a stage channel, and I just haven't used it in a while. But I also could do, I don't want everyone to be talking. It's the first thing that happens, and I don't want like random convos that are just everyone talking over each other. Here, we'll do a Brooks convo channel. It's going to be private. We'll skip that. Perfect. No, that was a text channel. Why did you make that? Why are you... I warned you, my brain is just not working as great as it could be. Private to me. Skip. All right, if you guys go in the live channel that's in the server, I'll drag you in once in a while. I'll drag you in and you can come say hi to me and we can chat through stuff. So if you want to, that'd be great. Envy says, Something that didn't land with a lot of people when I read them, some Latour, is how in his books he'll sort of make up examples and also be funny, and he's good as make. He really does tell good stories, and it's one of the things about Latour that I really dig, like to say the least. It's tough because a lot of people who are very focused on his stuff, especially when they take like the Cult of the Factish Gods to be about facts, and they're like, oh, he's critiquing facts, but he's making things up. It's like, but he's not really making things up. He's telling stories, and stories is different than making things up. And it's kind of a challenge for a lot of people to have that conversation in a way that's not kind of, honestly, I mean, for me, embarrassing. Because a lot of people get really stuck up on the idea of like, oh, he's lying about this, he's lying about that. And it's like, those are things that you're going to get hung up on. They don't do any good for anyone, though. At all. They really don't do good for anyone. Getting stuck up on, any of those points. But it's tough. I mean, I like Latour. I like his writing style. It is not for everyone. That's for sure. It really isn't for everyone. All right, let's see if I can quickly eat some food and get health back. Oh, I ate a potion. Damn. Oh, well. Well, that'll definitely give me health back. Part of the preface in Factish, everything is wrong in this fable, everything is right, everything is taken up against, not fable for nothing. And when he tells, the first time I went through and I did my reading of Cult of the Factish Gods, there was this really fantastic response. Someone was like, wait, this, because it opens up with him telling this fable of this Asiatic tribe or conqueror coming to the Westerners and going, the moderns. And he's telling, and it's like clearly a made up story. But everyone's like, well, this is bullshit. Why is he doing that? It's like, God damn it. And it's like, come on, people. That's not the point. Like he's making a point as he goes. Relax. Just go with the story. The story is what matters. Story is always what matters with Latour. Over encumbered again. All right, what's my weighty shit? Do I have a lot of weighty shit? Not really. I don't need any of this. What the fuck? Oh, boop, boop, boop. Shit and random stuff. That's probably not worth keeping at this point. Well, maybe. It's worth more. Let's get rid of the rusty war axe. That's worth it. Good ratio. Don't care. That should be okay. Yeah, Latour's tough. Latour's tough. That's weird with a mouse. Let's see if anyone's jumped in and said hello. No one. If you head to the QC, there's a live channel chat. You're welcome to jump in and say hi. What do I have for a GPU? I'm going to grab the remaster, but I hear that one of the 40 series NVIDIA cards are in trouble. I have a 4090. And it doesn't seem to be having trouble, but again, the frame rate is not what I'd hope it would be for, like, I know it's a remaster, and I get that, but this is not the game people buy for, like, showing things off. This is not cyberpunk or anything. It still isn't. It's pretty. I like a lot of the lighting effects they're using, but it's not the thing. And so it's like, come on. But I have a 4090 and it's a pretty hefty one. Okay, can I actually add? Nice. I didn't realize. I'm dumb today. Let's eat some food. That damages health. Why was I clicking it? Stop clicking things, Brooks. Stop clicking things, Brooks. There's just a lot of things to me. That's how that works. Forgot to rate his body. Oh, it's still on fire. Nice touch. Individual coins, my favorite thing to have to pick up. Shit, I'm dumb. I just like walked right up to him. His friend is luckily as stupid as I am, I think. Is his friend like there? What is that? That was fucking jank. I was so confused. Was that like a statue? No, it's a guy. That's a guy, Brooks. Oh, that's a guy? He's not moving. God damn it. Oh God, this is far back. These are for cooking later. Don't just click on them and eat them all, Brooks. Dumbass. Yeah. I know. My favorite thing. It saves and doesn't save the changes you've made when you add things to the bar. So you have to go back in and do that if you die between the time of now and the next save. It's my favorite. I love that. I'm over encumbered again because I have to do all this shit again. Wonderful. What did I toss away? I got rid of the club and got that. Get rid of the war axe. The dagger's worthless. Generally fine otherwise. 134. It's fine. Someone is in VC. Oh, look at you folks. All right. Sure shot. How you doing, my friend? You are live, sure. In theory. But you do have to talk as part of it. It is the exchange we're making. So I'll come back to you. All right. What's up, Estelle? Can you talk?
Yeah, I can talk.
All right. How you doing, Estelle?
I'm doing all right.
Good. Glad. Is your brain doing better than mine tonight? I know it's an exciting game stream. It's like, but yeah.
I took a nap this afternoon. Didn't really sleep well last night because I got woken up by your stream. I had left it on.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was up when I went to sleep. I guess the random luck, or I don't know, my brain when I'm sleeping. So yeah, do you know about this YouTube channel? They are called Caht Interactive, and they're making reviews about video game graphics and like going.
Fuck this. I'm so tired of it. Sorry, 2 seconds. It has been a while since I played, and I'm just not in the mood to be rusty right now. Say that one more time. What's the channel? Sorry.
We need to get the Emperor out of here.
Die, you scum! Mine!
Come with us.
Die, you scum! The Empire! Damn it, it's that prisoner again. Kill him.
I know, I'm back.
He might
It's still
be working with the assassins.
disconnected.
No, he is not one of them. He can help us. He must help us.
As you wish, sire.
They cannot understand why
No one can, and it's fine. My birth sign. Where is the stealthy fuck?
the signs I read show the
Well, when she comes back, we'll add Estelle back in. What's up, Sure Shot? Can you talk now?
Can you hear me now?
I can. How you doing, my friend?
with such hope and with the
let me,
promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
Turn down the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can use my brain.
All right.
Well, how am I doing? Personally, not so well.
Sorry to hear.
But yeah, I kind of fucked up royally in my personal life, and I'm kind of going through it right now. But I kind of need a break from it, so I'm just kind of like trying to find other things to talk about.
Yeah,
I guess that's
kind of
why
where
I'm here.
it's kind of where I'm at. It's things right now are like in a weirdly stressful, weird place. Like we have this really strange reality of, I don't know, everything seems to be falling apart. I don't know how else to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, like all of this has had drastic implications on like my actual like job, work life. The games industry, if you didn't know, is dead.
Oh yeah, it's on fucking fire.
And it's dead in a really weird way. Microsoft has announced they're cutting 5% of jobs. It's going to be a lot of people.
They canceled Titanfall 3.
Well, they canceled whatever that project was, and it was not Titanfall 3.
Oh, and I'm not talking about Microsoft. I'm just adding that on.
Oh, yeah, but that they weren't working on Titanfall 3. They were working on some other thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, there were people working on that, but that isn't really the big.
You would definitely know that
doesn't
better than
matter.
me.
It doesn't matter. It's frustrating, and the biggest reason for me that I think I find a lot of this stuff is like frustrating. What the fuck? I don't need any of those, and I don't need that flesh. One sec, just getting rid of.
I mean, for me, it's the impotence of like
Oh, fuck it.
we can only watch kind of in horror.
I mean, that is accurate. But for me, it's also like, I'm reaching the end of like runway and time. I've got some very good interviews and job applications and things, but the reality is, I've spent 5 years now, 6 years in my own companies with my own projects, whether it's exploratory sort of one-offs or like building an entire company. And those conversations tend to be, or have been in the past, something that has been open to people who are ready for that. You can go find VC generally. The last year, VC's dried up, and now you're at the place where there is no money to be invested in anything. And even if you put in, like you do an AI project and you can stomach it, which I think, like, I mean, it's tempting, and I get how it's tempting, but I can't mentally find a way to sort of justify any of the claims that it's making. But even if you're doing it and you go down that road, it's like, so what is the investment structure? How does it work? They're talking about like investing 200 grand and getting like 30%. And it's like their big thing they're willing to give you is a huge bunch of free compute. And it's like, so wait, you're basically just going to like just take all the fucking ideas they can and just bring them under wrap. And it's really depressing. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's just very, very, very depressing, because we used to have an industry where you could go, hey, I've got this game
Natural
idea. I've got this
creative industry.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go, I've got this game, and you'd have to make it palatable. Like, you play the game with capital. That's fine. You know,
Right.
you spend time working with
To
companies.
deal with the devil.
Yeah, I mean, when I was at Starbreeze, we published like 14 titles. And it was like people would come to us and we'd work with them and we could fund, and we'd have to go through a process. We'd have to talk about share. I published a game on Steam this last year, Stella Gale. If you want to go take a look, myself, with money I had extra like 4 years ago, I funded this small developer I really liked, a friend of mine found, and they put it out like an early access version of their game. It's gorgeous. It's an art sort of 2D fighting thing, but there's no money in it. It's very good. We did a bunch of stuff. There's just no way to market because it isn't the kind of thing people are wanting at a large scale. People aren't willing to pay money for a thing they're going to only play really once, which is a 2D thing. So it has to have like this insane level of stuff. The idea of the Devolver Digital $15 Hotline Miami thing, that shit's dead. And as that stuff's dead, and as we move into a different place of the gaming industry where you have to be so upfront about what your multiple is going to be, and you have to be very visible in terms of how fast you're going to make that multiple. Games that I am happy to be a part of aren't part of that conversation anymore.
Yeah.
And it's not just me. I have friends who are in this very, very same awful position, and it hurts, and it is sad. And there's no way around any of that. It is like depressing, and it hurts all these people. And a lot of game veterans, and I'm not alone in this, but there's a lot of game veterans I talk to, people who have founded studios and who have designed games and played games you've probably played, like artists who worked on stuff that you are aware of and that you care about. And they've just been like, I might leave games and entertainment. And these are lifers.
Yeah.
They're lifers. People like me who I can't imagine doing anything else my entire life. I've only ever wanted to do games ever since I was younger. My brother too. And the enjoyment of life in the gaming industry doesn't exist. Basically, the jobs that are out there are, if you want to work on Monopoly Go and be one of the thousands of people who are putting content out for that, or if you want to put out, I don't know, you want to work on fucking Fortnite. Like, if you want to do Fortnite skins and design stuff for Fortnite, and you're at the shit end of the stick. So it's this really weird, like, nightmare. We had just that, and then you have really awful examples, and people are like, "Oh, this indie darling, whatever it's called, Expedition 33 that just hit, right? What was it called? I don't care. It's like a real-time cool battle system. It's like, it's an indie thing. It's like, yeah, it's from a dude who's like semi-independently wealthy, and well, we only had 30 people on it, and it's like, you only had 30 people. You sure? You want to take a second on that and like look through how many people are actually in the credits and what outsourcing means and what buying, like when you buy assets, not having those people in the credits, what that does when we talk about how the industry changes. Like, how does that count as a 30-person indie team when you're spending that kind of money? And then you have all these people who are like,
that's not Braid.
No, it's not Braid. It's not The Witness. It's not Hotline Miami. It is not any of those things. And Pal World's the same. These are like technically teams of hundreds, but because of the method of production for the creative process, that changes everything.
Outsourcing. Yeah.
And it's just beyond frustrating.
Yeah, so it's like everything's dying, and then like other people don't even necessarily understand like how bad it really is. Frustrating.
It's very. Then you see kind of what people are doing, and you're like, what do you do? What is the way you respond to this? How do you have that conversation? And you don't. You just are fucked, and everyone in games is just kind of fucked. And the people who are able to work on stuff are people who are at Ubisoft. Frankly, they're at the last handful of what you might call studios that do care about the art of it. And Ubisoft is one of those. Anyone can say what they want about Ubisoft. There's a lot of bad shit to say about them over the years. Trust me, I know. But as much as it was an awful group of people at the top, Yves and the people he employed and how he worked did care to a level about like the work that they did and the doing something interesting and putting these things together. And it hurts, man. It just hurts. Yeah.
For me, I've been unemployed the past few months, and every time I think about going back to what I was doing, which was basically like warehouse work, either driving a forklift or doing inventory control, the more I think that I should just finish a certification in my free time instead and just jump into something else.
Well, and what else is there?
Right. I'm looking.
It's a real question. It's like, what else is there? I for a long time, my like normal outside of creative production job, I was a cook. I worked in kitchens. I fucking loved it. I was a chef by accident, more or less, is my running joke, because the place I worked, the chef quit and the owner didn't want to rehire anyone. So I kind of fell ass backwards into it, which is kind of the story of my career.
That's a common story.
It really is. Industry. And it kind of let me go on, but I really love it. But restaurants are dead. Like, what the fuck is it? What do you do as a restaurant?
Nobody has discretionary income for that.
Yeah, well, even if you could, let's say you had some, restaurants as a thing don't exist in the US anymore. People don't really go out to eat. They get delivery, they pick stuff up. Occasional places they'll go. It's like bars and things like that. But like that requires liquor licenses.
Why walk around? Why walk around when you can just have it delivered?
And so you end up in this really awful place of like, so what does it mean? What is the setup? How do you care about these things? And the reality is you can't. So then my second job, I cut my teeth in tech in marketing. And it was first web development, where I did web production at length, actually, for a couple of websites, gaming sites mostly, but also like I built websites for realtors and whoever I needed to in the early like 2000s. That was like the jam. You could build websites because no one understood how to do that. So you could kind of do whatever you wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and people just kind of deferred to your expertise.
Yep. And so you end up in like, okay, so those are things I can do. No, they're not. No one needs web development anymore. That's fucking dead. Like that's unless you're like a fucking
not from the ground up.
Well, yeah, and no one needs marketing because you buy 2 AI programs and they do not as good as you other people can do, but who cares? No one cares.
Yeah.
It's good enough, and good enough is a real fucking thing.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that's one of the great myths of capitalism, right? Is that people think that it's like about like this linear progression of excellence until this peak is reached, and it's like no, it's more about like reaching sufficiency and then just like exploiting the lowest common denominator as much as possible.
Yes, it is. And that lowest common denominator setup kind of ends in this place where, thanks to AI doing a good enough job, but not a good job, you also have people who are, their businesses are failing. They don't know what to do, but they don't have the money for real work, but people can't afford to be paid anything else than real work wages in order to survive because rent is fucking, it's like, it's this thing that piles on itself. Like I got 2 kids. Yeah. We live in a house that we rent and an hour outside of Portland. And when we rented it, and we've had this conversation now with our landlords a few times, hey, we rented when rent was shit, and they've been basically jacking up the rent on us every year since. And we're like, hey, we did comps. Like we're paying $1,500 or more a month in the exact same place 2 blocks away, like almost identical. And they're like, oh, that's a shame. It's like that's, and it's like, okay, fair, but like, you can't work with us. And they just are like, no, or move if you want to, that's fine. Like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And it puts you in a spot where you're just fucked. Like there's no way out.
You kind of just reminded me of a thought that I had probably like 10 years ago as all this shit was just like winding up. Where it kind of like occurred to me that like all of our dystopias, like all of the worst stuff that we can imagine in our like fictional media and whatnot, the reality that eventually arrives on the one hand, it embodies the things that we were worried about, but on the other hand, it's somehow even more disappointing. It's like an underwhelming dystopia where it's like, yeah, there's like oppression and all this stuff, but like the oppression arrives in a way that
it's not even interesting.
It makes it harder for people to get passionate about it and rebel against it.
Now that's a frame rate drop. Fuck me. Fucking 30 frames a second.
This is the first time I've seen the game. Nice. God rays everywhere.
Why is the resolution scale low? What the fuck? I set that to 100. Fuck. Oh my god. Come on. What are you doing? Come on.
And of course, all of this is just so perfect just as I start to get interested in game development.
Well, yeah, I don't have good things to say about that. Like it's a really bad time.
Really bad time.
It's a really bad time. I'm not sure there could be a worse time, honestly. We're just going to drop all of this shit to low. So my brother and I both wanted to get into games. We grew up in Denver, and there were only 2 games companies there. One was one that built these couple just kind of shitty MMOs. Another was like a simple developer who's made like a handful of fun physics kind of games, but they were like set and they were like those were it. And so there weren't games jobs as a thing. We didn't really consider it. It was like the way that like a mythology built around Hollywood in the Midwest, where it's like, I don't think I could ever be in the pictures. It's like that kind of mentality. Jesus Christ. How is I turn it on low and it's like 7 frames a second more.
The fuck?
It's like 50 frames a second now.
Yeah, there's something bottlenecking there.
I mean,
Really hard.
a Bethesda game.
Yeah.
Never.
Well, I mean, at least they got off a Gamebryo. I mean, that's
fine.
something.
We're just gonna do this then. Then we're just gonna I'm just gonna have to deal with. I fucking hate DLSS so much, but I'm gonna have to like actually do DLSS.
You're caving to the AI overlords.
Oh no, there's no restarting game. This is if you haven't watched the digital. God damn it. That channel that does the reviews of frame rates and frame rate drops and all that shit. They did a big thing on this and they were like, hey, just so you know, yeah, this is a problem. It doesn't work very well. All right, mode. We're going to do ultra performance. We're going to sharpness. I fucking hate the blur. I can't do it. Oh, this is going to hurt my brain. AI generation. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what happens. The lag is so awful, but that ups me to a nice, solid, decent frame rate. So I'll take it. Whatever.
Looks really good though. Frame by frame.
Yeah. It's one of the things that all this stuff always looks good, but when you're actually playing it and you actually are moving, it has a looseness to the feeling that makes me like genuinely like get motion sick after a while. It's very floaty and problematic for me.
Yeah, trust me, I play a lot of Tarkov and it's the same way.
Hello.
But speaking of horrific things going on, oh yeah, so you know that that massacre of an ambulance that
I can't do it. I can't do it.
in,
It's going to make me vomit. We're going to try a different game. This is too much for me. I just can't. What an awful performance. It's just wild. All right, let's see. What do we got else? What else do we got in line? I've got Avowed, Doom the Dark Ages, which is what I was actually excited about. Let's do Doom. Oh, it's not up yet? When does that come out? It's supposed to be today.
I thought it was out.
I thought so too. I have it preloaded. Available in 22 hours. All right, fine. Let's do Avowed then. We'll jump to that in a second. It's loading.
God, the soundtrack for Doom 2016 was so good.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
The only thing that could be better is if like 9 Inch Nails did it.
I actually think what it is probably as good as it could have gotten. Because the whole point is that it was like an original play and an original move that really I just appreciated the shit out of. What the fuck? Where is the game at?
Well, it was so great because it tied back into the culture of the original game where it was about, the tie-in with like metal culture.
It was stunning. It's one of my favorite games. And they've kind of done this amazing thing. If this game turns out even slightly as good, what they've done is for the second time, define a trilogy of the era. Like that's what the new Doom is. That if this was as good, and apparently it is, I'm excited for it. Doom 1, 2, and everything they did with Doom 1 and 2 defined that era of gaming so deeply. I don't think I could say different for this one. Like it's an extraordinary title, and I'm very jazzed for this. I just hope it's good. Hope I also get more than 40 frames a second, because that game is not playable for me under 100. So, but hey, that's okay. So I was talking, my brother and I, to get into games, we both kind of gave up, actually, is kind of what happened. Doom 3 was terrible. So we tried, and then this friend of the wonderful woman named Val Massey. One sec. Where the fuck is Avowed? Why aren't you showing up in the setup here? This is frustrating. Where is Avowed? Why, there you are. Okay, good. Boom. So she was like, hey, if you want to get in the games industry, I can help you do that. She was actually the head of community for EVE Online, and came from like Ultima Online and Richard Garriott's world and all of that. Just fantastic, and just a wonderfully warm woman. And it was pretty common. You know how you get in, it's who you know. That's kind of the mentality, right? Mm-hmm. And that's been in entertainment for a long time. Let me turn this audio music down so I can talk. And we'll do headphones and UI volume way the fuck down, because I don't want to hear
very cool
that
title
shit.
screen.
I mean, it's Obsidian. They do their best to create systemic, interesting games, and I have a lot of faith in them, just generally. We'll see if I can hit 240. That would be nice. Don't need that. I don't want that. Reflex.
They did write one of my favorite endings to a game ever. So,
would it be La New Vegas? Josh's ending there.
Yeah, the Yes Man ending.
They're really a bunch of just amazingly cool dudes. Like, I don't know how else to phrase it. They're just a bunch of really fucking cool guys. And girls, people who work there, just really warm people who are interesting and caring. And, I really appreciate the efforts that they put into everything that they do, because it's not a thing that people have to do. You can actually not do that, and you can be a total fucking dickhead in the games industry. And people are very often just the biggest fucking dickheads that there exist as. But you don't have to. And they are proof of that. Fergus, who's the CEO, I got to know very well. I almost came on and got a job there. I almost worked with them. And it was really fun to meet them and Chris and kind of everyone and see what their plans were. Their audio guy was really good friends with my brother. And so we got to know a lot of people. And I got to tell you, they are old school people who love games. And I really, really, really just love Fergus. And, but
by the way, can you hear that fire alarm going off?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to mute it? To mute my mic?
You can. I don't know if I care. I'm not going to spoil story moments for anyone. Well, we can go wacky. Let's go. Is there a random? Where's random?
Okay, I think it's off now.
There's no random. We'll just go with preset.
We got this really hypersensitive smoke alarm that's like right next to the fucking kitchen.
I like.
Goddamn annoying.
I kind of dig this. This is interesting.
Oh, it's it's Annihilation.
It kind of looks like. Did you see the other presets? I dig this. This is an interesting look.
Yeah.
This is
so.
Interesting.
What if you're like
Also, by the way, I'm getting a silly amount of frame rate in this. So, just mentioning.
Yeah, Bethesda.
Just mentioning. More, yeah.
Well, technically,
Unreal.
well, didn't they like just buy another studio and have them do it for them or something?
I mean, I think Virtuous did it. Virtuous is an old outsourcer out of China, and I'm sure they're everywhere now. We worked with them when I was at Lucas. We worked with them, Virtuous, to do the PlayStation Home. Do you remember when PlayStation Home had its own like metaverse? This was a while ago.
Oh yeah, like what is it, Big Little Planet and stuff like that?
Oh no, like a Second Life type thing.
Oh, okay.
It was a real thing. If you go back like 2010-ish, Jack Buser was putting it together, and he wanted to do Star Wars stuff. And so we had a lot of fun building, and Virtuous was our partner for that, because we did the Star Wars Cantina, and you could walk around it and buy drinks and stuff. It was really fascinating. Really interesting project overall, genuinely.
I thought you fucking hated cantinas.
Oh, look, I hate my relationship with Star Wars is complicated, because for a lot of people, like, Star Wars is a whole bunch of shit, but for me it's very simple. It's A New Hope, and if we want, Empire and Jedi, which I think are good follow-on films. Everything else is like, generally, I don't really consider a lot of stuff good in the Star Wars universe, because it's kind of like, oh look, you're just repeating that thing. You can't do anything yourself. And it's tiring. Yeah. And there's a weird like reality to how people treat these things and talk about these things that I just don't have a lot of like, interest in.
Nostalgia really colors people's perception of how it really was.
It really does. I think I want a crazy nope, not that crazy. Like a
although
top
I gotta
knot.
say there is
top knots. A top knot would be great.
There is one piece of Star Wars media that I'm like,
I like the bald head,
nostalgic about.
No top knots. That's close. That's pretty close. It's not great though. I was hoping to have like a font thing going on.
My Star Wars thing that I hold on to is Shadows of the Empire on 64.
That's not bad. That will work. And is there a place I can choose color? Yes. I got to tell you, this is a character creator I'm actually enjoying. I don't know if that's been a thing for me in a long time. That's fascinating.
It's unique, that's for sure.
So, which thing was I talking about? You've got me rambling a bit.
You're talking about Star Wars.
Games.
Star Wars.
So
Games.
she invited us to come down, and we ended up staying at her house with her family. She's lovely. She passed recently. She's one of the more formative women who like made my career. And so she had to stay with her. We watched like movies, and then we went to Austin Games Conference, which at the time was called the Austin Online Games Conference, which was for MMOs, and ran into a whole bunch of people, and she introduced us to people. We brought our resumes and reels, and like I had my CD with all my fucking modified Unreal levels, because Unreal 2003 had just come out, and I got a chance to actually make levels in the Unreal editor. And we met recruiters. My brother ended up from there, met recruiters, and then we went to another event, GDC, where we volunteered, and they used to have this program. They still do. It's just GDC's changed. But what it was is you get a full pass, top tier pass to GDC, but you give up 8 to 20 hours of work where you're like, helping run it. You're the guy with the shirt that says, ask me questions. And you walk around and hand out things, or you do stuff like you basically work the show a little bit to keep it running. And then in exchange, you get this pass. So you can go to all the parties, all the meetups, all the networking events. And that's where my brother and I both got our first gigs. I got my job working and coding for What They Play, which was John Davison, one of the creators of EGM magazine and OneUp.com. It was his new venture. So I got to work for him, which was awesome. My brother got a job doing audio at Electronic Arts in LA. And then he ended up getting poached to Lucasfilm, and I ended up getting poached to Lucasfilm. And it was this that process of conferences where you meet people, get to know people, and go in. That was how a lot of people got into games. It's where I met for the first time, speaking of Doom, it's where I met John Romero. And
Nice.
we got to be friends, which is kind of
Personal
amazing.
hero of mine.
It's where I met Kim Swift, creator of Portal, for example. Just the people who are part of that group of volunteers who made it into games is mind-blowing when you actually like see the meetups or you talk to the people. That is completely gone. And I'm very sorry to say that, because it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious? This is we're eliminating this. It's like, yeah, no, we're eliminating this entire section of the entire industry is like gone because we just don't care, because there isn't profit in maintaining
Because capital,
things.
yeah, because capital doesn't
I'm gonna
care
have a
about it, yeah.
beard. Of course, I'm gonna have a fucking beard. There, perfect.
So you're going to be like a
So the
druid
ability
or
for like
something, right?
us to have these conversations is gone. And my ability to introduce you to people is kind of gone.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Like, how do I help you get a job? Most people aren't in offices. If you, let's say you're even slightly qualified for an internal entry-level position where you have to know someone, you are not going to be getting in there via just random resumes. Who do I introduce you to and how? Not sure. I have to work at a company to do that. There's not a lot of companies that you can work at these days. It's not the same as it used to be where there's lots of studios. So how do I do that? Well, I have to be going to every conference, but that people don't go to conferences anymore. So no one's going to them except for recruiters. And so you start to see like the nightmare that is sort of building as we talk about this. And it just goes and gets worse and worse and worse as we go. And it's genuinely like scares the shit out of me, because those voices, the new voices in all of this, those are the people that like build new shit, give us the next thing, figure out what that thing is. And I just don't know how we're going to get that next thing when we don't have the ability for people to network or deal with each other in any semblance of anything, actually.
When you think about like what's been going on at like a macro scale,
it's
almost like
sorry to be depressing about it.
No, I mean, I can.
Are you still there?
Play with it in my head on a sort of like trivial.
Have I been talking to myself for like 20 minutes? Is that what's happening again?
Oh wait, can you hear me?
Nope, Sure Shot went mute again. Wait,
I
did
can
you go
hear.
mute or did I go mute?
Can you hear me?
What the fuck? One sec.
Hold
on. Talk for 2 seconds for me, Sure Shot.
Hello.
Yeah, it's me. My headphones stopped working. I don't know why.
I was wondering why you like weren't stopping. You were like talking. I thought you were just being an ass.
Try now.
Hello.
No. What the fuck?
No?
It just completely stopped working. I have no audio from my machine at all. 1 second.
Check your output of Discord.
Testing. There we go. Sorry about that. My audio, like, I was talking to myself, and I hope you weren't trying to talk over me.
Did your output switch on Discord or?
No. So Threadrippers have, and someone pointed this out in chat to me, and it sent me down a rabbit hole where I actually got to figure out what my audio issues are. There is a very particular address conflict when it comes to NVIDIA drivers and Threadrippers, specifically the 3990X, which is what I have because I suck and it's like literally the chip. There's not a lot of chips that do this, and there's no fix for it, but it's a timing error that happens once in a while when NVIDIA is trying to read the same address or use the same processor as the audio stuff, because it gets put on one of the handful things. And so it's like, so I have to like go in and I have to set up like, okay, NVIDIA is allowed to use these because it's a 64 core processor, not virtual cores. It's a 64 core processor.
Right.
So I have to go in like NVIDIA can only use these can only use these. But once in a while I play a game where some new shit is made. And it's like
it creates a new thread.
And suddenly pop. Yeah. And then it's like, how have you been, Brooks? You doing good? You having a fun time? And I'm like, no, I'm not. And then I'm just sitting and talking to myself like a fucking jackass on my stream for forever.
I just thought you were being an asshole to me.
No, I was
Just
like
talking over me and shit.
No, I could not. Like whenever it started happening, I literally couldn't hear anything.
That's great.
It isn't actually, but I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that. There, we'll do some. I'm gonna do like.
Oh, it's funny, dude. That's almost as funny as
It's not really
God, this
funny,
is-
but sure, maybe a little, I guess.
Um,
but come on.
A buddy of mine, he bought a new computer, right? So he had like new graphics card, new everything, and he doesn't play like graphically intensive games. He doesn't play like the latest shooters and stuff like that. He just plays like League of Legends, World of Warcraft, old MMOs like Phantasy Star Online, stuff like that.
Okay.
And one day he's like, "Man, like I never understand why my frame rate is so low on this game." Like, and I'm like, well, "What are you playing?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm just playing World of Warcraft. I'm getting like 30 FPS." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then and I'm like, "So what graphics card do you have?" And he rattles it off. It's like some mid-range at the time AMD card or something like that. I'm like, "Yeah, you should be getting like 120 frames or something like that." And I run him down like the list of questions, and I'm like, and I finally get to the point where I'm like, "Dude, you've been running off of integrated graphics for 2 fucking years." He was playing with integrated. He bought a brand new computer, and he ran integrated graphics off of it for 2 years. Never used the graphics card. That was amazing.
I've had friends who've done that. I had a friend who the rubber thing that goes on the PCI thing. He didn't take it off and just forced it in and just
jammed
destroyed
it in.
Just
Oh my
destroyed his
God.
motherboard. But again, didn't notice because he thought it was running fine because it was using the onboard.
Yeah.
And he was always wondering why it wasn't spinning up and why the lights weren't coming on. And yeah, people are fascinating. We're going to go with text speed.
Yeah, I gave him a lot of grief for that one. That was pretty funny.
Fascinating. I don't have any clue what any of these things do, but I appreciate this. So let's see.
So you're going to be some kind of druid or something, right?
No. Rogue who murders people. That's what I always am.
Okay. It's a very colorful, not very stealthy looking rogue. Gotcha.
I mean, I don't know if you have to look stealthy in these games. It's mathematics instead.
Yeah. Is this a
We are skipping the
turn-based or-
visual. No. This is basically like Outer Worlds, the RPG.
Okay.
Like basically it's Oblivion. It's like these guys, their take on like a crazy new fantasy world, which I appreciate. Okay, that is a terrible frame rate to start. Let's see if I can boost that a little bit. I did set everything to max. That's what I get.
Yeah, Shakespeare. I was going to mention that I just learned about. So do you know about the ambulance that was massacred in Gaza? Well, one of the many, but this was a particularly egregious example.
I think I know the one you're talking about. Yes. Oof, that frame rate is
There was
just awful.
I think it was said that there are 4 surviving witnesses of that event who aren't in the military, and one of them was a 12-year-old,
Of course.
Palestinian child, and of course he was just gunned down by the most moral army on the earth.
It's depressing as shit.
That was fun to read about. And also we have Netanyahu basically openly acknowledging that the only viable option for the Gazans from the perspective of the government is that they should all be expelled to neighboring Arab countries as a matter of policy, like openly acknowledging it and not just heavily implying it.
I'm going to save here, and then I'm going to restart the game because I turned off ray tracing.
So now I just wonder how Lonerbox is going to say, "Oh, it's not really a genocide. It's not really ethnic cleansing." I'm sure he's going to find some way to blame the neighboring Arab countries.
Oh, without a question. And again, I think the reality of how much of a power grab and how that is all being handled, like, frankly, I think is... So Trump gets this fucking airplane, right? Mm-hmm. That's been the big news, is Trump and his fucking Qatari Airjet. They're going to give him a $400 million fucking...
They gave him a McDonald's trailer, by the way.
Saudi Arabia did. I saw that. And Elon Musk made the robots dance like Trump for him, like a king in his jester. That's a real thing because we live in hell, if you didn't know. The game is already running. If I quit the game, it should launch in a moment. Well, come on. I don't have it. It's not in... What? Where the fuck is Avowed? I don't have it running. 2 seconds, sorry.
Is that game not Alt-Tab friendly?
I just quit it. So I had to fully quit it in order to turn off ray tracing. And it apparently kept it alive, and I don't know how, because it's not alive, and I don't see it anywhere in any of my stuff. There, we got rid of that. You're still running. Happy day there. You still there, my friend?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's a good start. Yeah, I don't have Avowed anywhere. There's no executable for it. And there it goes. Okay. So Qatar's given this huge jet, $400 million jet or whatever to Trump. And everyone's really upset about this gift because it's corruption, blah, blah, blah. But we knew that. Like, there's no one who's like shocked. But here's the thing I'm stunned by is I'm watching this and I go, okay, let's talk about Zionism, because I think Zionism is a really interesting thing to discuss here. Qatar is absolutely far and away the single largest state sponsor of Israel's enemies. Flatly, right? Mm-hmm. Flatly. They have all of the Hamas leadership.
Yeah.
100%. They've brought money. They are a conduit of money from Iran to Hamas. So, plus a bunch of other shit. Yeah. Do I think collective punishment exists? No. But again, I know that Zionists do. And they are saying how much they want to stop Hamas. Yet, they're totally cool with Qatar giving a huge, gigantic, multi-hundred million dollar gift to the president of the United States to build that relationship specifically. And no one is saying a thing.
Yeah.
No one's saying a thing.
Nobody's outraged. Outraged in the
If any of them actually cared about Hamas, they would be screaming in the streets. Oh, fuck, finally. God damn, that just is so much better.
And it's like, imagine if like...
Ladu died again. 1 sec. I can't hear anything. Why is this happening? This fucking thread every time.
We back?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, imagine if like the Bin Ladens had given like a cruise ship to Tony Blair during the global war on terror era.
Well, I mean, it's like that, but it's to me, it's even worse. These are literally the people who supported and pushed the literal attack on Israel. And that thing that is so blatant to
That
everyone
attack
else,
was a political gift to the Likud party.
well, that's why do you think they're not fighting this?
Exactly.
Like, I don't think it's, if there is a such thing as like proving how little Zionism like matters as a thing, I'm not sure there's a better way to have that conversation.
It proves that it's utterly cynical. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I don't think there's another conversation to have around it, to be frank. Oops.
Yeah. This is
Because it's just like, hey, you are flatly doing the thing.
Yeah.
And Trump is going to be corrupt. There is no stopping Trump from corrupting everything. That's what he does. That's his jam. Like, he's a horrifying pile of shit. Like, and so are all of his followers.
It's like a really, 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 really dumb mob boss. Yeah.
That's not a unfair way to put it.
Yeah.
And it is wild to me that these games run this poorly. It's always frustrating to me. We'll just go down to medium, post-processing. We'll get rid of, because I don't really give a shit about any of these things.
I mean, it's basically John Gotti as president.
John Gotti, except shitty, because he's like a crappy John Gotti.
Yeah.
Like he's like the special like education version, because John Gotti like did stuff. Again, this is one of those things that I was having this conversation earlier. A lot of people don't realize how much wealth in America overall is like not the source of inheritance. It's actually surprisingly small amount overall. Most people who are wealthy came from well off. Like, again, don't get me wrong, but they didn't come from like crazy riches. And I think that thing is something that Donald Trump is acutely aware of. And it's been part of, hey, I'm not a self-made man like all these other rich people that I'm around, like all these other people who claim to be self-made, but he's not able to have that conversation the same way as everyone else. Right. And I think that's,
makes him mad.
Well, we know it gets under his skin.
Right.
Boop, boop, boop. Well, it's fairly satisfying. That's all right. It's all right. It's not perfect, just fine. Probably could cut the resolution down.
Yeah, it's kind of like... yeah, it's not like super fluid, but
it's fine.
I guess it kind of depends on how heavy combat oriented the game is.
Seems to be decently, but again, I tend to play stealth because I find it fun to sort of see how they build those systems.
Right.
And again, the people behind this, they love that shit. It's one of these are like the guys who like helped build the original Fallout, not just how am I supposed to climb?
Right.
Come on. I go up and then okay. Weird.
Yeah, sneaking into the military base and getting a full set of power armor right at the beginning of the game through some dialogue options.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
The complexity of those games and the way that they're set up is just very different mentally, and I appreciate the shit out of it. But it's also a thing. Again, these things create, I would say, unrealistic understandings of what games are capable of. And so you end up in a place again where stuff like, I don't know, pick a fucking indie game. When I started in VR, I think the thing I was most upset about was Bethesda releasing Fallout, like a mod for Fallout and for Skyrim in VR. Because the first thing it did is it created a really fucked up view of what was possible in VR. Because those were like, both games cost, hundreds of millions of dollars to develop over time and were refined and rebuilt and had some of the top developers in the world just converting them. And they were doing
Now
so
everybody's
with
like, we want you to do an entire virtual world.
Yeah.
And
it's like, this is, you're fucking us, buddy. By putting that out, you fuck all of us. I'm still pissed about it because it just basically gave unrealistic expectations. Suddenly that was a $60 VR title. And it's like, dude, that you're fucking me. No one can build in VR like that. You want me to build like the history of everything and these massive worlds. And it's like, that's not how anything goes. And it sucks. And it sucked then, it sucks now, and it's the same thing happening over and over and over.
Well, not to mention, I mean, Bethesda outsourcing all of their QA to the players. After they're done building the world, they just kind of like do all the content creation stuff, build the world, and then let the players mod all the bugs out for them for free.
This is going to be a lot of parrying. This game's going to be just so much fucking parrying, and I'm already out of stamina. Fuck me. There we go. But yeah, it's all
enemies
these things.
Your enemies have like a poise bar or something.
Yeah, it's there's a timing to animations. You can actually, it looks like, interrupt them, which is interesting. I'm down with that. Well, that sucked. Yeah.
I was just thinking about how
interesting.
Your thing about a lot of games just being like giant calculators, basically.
Oh yeah,
it's calculators.
It's my book I've been working on for a little while now. I call it the management of play. Because that's basically capitalism has created a very particular type of existence where we look for efficiencies, and those efficiencies then become the center of the core gameplay, which is tiring, to say the least. And
rather than gameplay that like enables kind of like self-directed interests.
Yeah, to say the least. I blame it's you go back in like the history of games. Dungeons and Dragons is a really interesting game to talk about the development of, because it really sent us down very particular paths. People don't talk about it like that because they tend to want to sort of have a conversation around like, they just play it and they're like, well, what are the other options? It's like, well, wait, how do you determine damage? And the damage you do is based on like the equipment you've got and rolling a dice and efficiencies around managing those numbers. And the numbers are like these weird artificial things that are supposed to represent, like, they're supposed to be an abstraction of, I struck you in the Achilles tendon, or like that's a critical hit, or I hit you in the heart or the head, but I didn't glance off of you. Like, it's supposed to be representational of that type of thing. But there's no one alive who does that. They use that in the story, but everyone else, it's, I have 20 points of health, and that was 1 point of health. That's the mentality. And there are other paths, and they actually originally had fights over it in the development of the original D&D, because they wanted to really play more into the sort of skill shot side of things rather than make it purely about the management of those numbers and efficiencies. And that fight actually, to me, defined the history of the D&D.
Yeah.
And
not only that, but then the future of MMOs and
everything. Alternatively, there's actually like a really fascinating, at the time especially, but we're starting to see a few of them return. There's a handful of really fascinating sorry, I don't care about dialogue. So like there was a game at the time for James Bond that was almost released right around the time they were building this, James Bond actually used skill shots, and it was actually like you making choices based on rolls and numbers, but also like on a grid, and it kind of was like it was more complicated by a decent margin. It was more complicated than what D&D was at first. It's simpler than what D&D is fucking now by a wide goddamn margin, to say the least. But that skill shot thing changes how you engage with the game. And that's the stuff that I find fascinating. And when you start talking about like how these things work or what they're set up as and how we can have them together, skill versus this efficiency in numbers that has taken over games to such a huge deal, I think becomes it. And so we have like, you know, and I think gamers feel it. It's the reason for me, I believe that the Souls-likes have taken over and have become so popular because the center of a Souls-like is doing away with that. As much as there is efficiencies, don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid saying
Definitely
that they
are,
don't play
right.
that. But the efficiencies are matched with timing and skill and some level of repetition.
Dexterity, yeah.
Oh, I stopped playing Oblivion. I should change that. I'm playing instead. I was playing the Oblivion remaster, and then I couldn't get even the slightest decent frame rate out of it. And I'm too old. I'm dying far sooner than all of you, and I have no interest. So playing a game that's performing much, much, much better as of right now. Definitely much better. But so anyway, so these skill things that kind of became, I think, pretty important sort of to how we deal with all of the stuff around us and how we deal with all of the things when it comes to gameplay. That could have been a future. It's like an alternative path. The way that like,
You know when what it made me think of when I first played a Souls game was it made me think back to Phantasy Star Online, actually. Because did you play Phantasy Star Online or any of those?
did I play what? Sorry.
Phantasy Star Online,
Oh, of course.
where the like with World of Warcraft, it's just okay. Your attack has a radius, or like it either has a radius or a triangle, basically. And as long as something is in that triangle, it'll do this number of damage. And you're just, like you say, you're just playing a math game. And in PSO, there are animations that are tied graphically to what you're seeing on the screen
Oh yeah.
that need to line up in order for an attack to work. And just that by itself makes the game feel so much more visceral
Absolutely.
than playing something like World of Warcraft.
Well, and it's the little things like that that seem simple, like when you play them, but then when we start talking about like how those things then impinge upon other things and how they grow beyond that and how they become larger and larger, that stuff is where you start talking about, to me, the real interesting parts of game design. But again, these things necessarily work against what I would say is the general capitalist sentiment of what we're trying to do, because the hyper efficient games like say Fortnite or Monopoly Go, which is like the king of these nightmares. Monopoly Go is literally like one game over and over and over. The same thing. You technically don't even play it. The game plays for you by rolling a dice.
You press a button, yeah.
Yeah, you just press a button to go. And every level, every board, after you build all the stuff on the board, you move to the next one. After you build the stuff on board, you move to the next one. But they're all the same exact process. They have different graphics, and the number goes up. It costs more each time, but also your roll gives you more. But it ends up being about the same amount of time. And what you end up with is a game that is an infinite treadmill. Let me know if this reminds you of anything. An infinite treadmill of doing the same activity over and over for supposedly larger rewards until ultimately you have nothing left. And it's like the most minimum excuse for a game that exists on the planet.
Yeah. It's even less of a game than Flappy Bird. And that game made the developer want to kill himself because it was so dull. So it's like where do you even go from there?
Let's say it's the joke of like Ian Bogost, who's in theory a guy who works on games and stuff. I have some disagreements with him about how games work, but whatever that is. He made a game called Cow Clicker as a sarcastic response to Facebook, where once a day you could log in and click on a cow in his Facebook game. And it was supposed to be a commentary of how silly and stupid Facebook games are. The problem is that people liked it. And they didn't just kind of like it. They really liked it.
They really liked it.
And he actually could charge people money, seriously, to click on their cow a second time. And then to create like the golden cow if you just don't break your streak for like 1,000 days or some shit it was.
Yeah, right.
And like in the end of the day, like he ended up building on it because it made him a bunch of money, but there was no end to that. His satire was the thing.
Yep.
Because he wasn't really satirizing, he was just doing the thing.
Yeah, it's like all these things are like getting to the point, whether it's Trump or games or whatever, it's like you're not even able to satirize it anymore because it's just that cynical. And so then the question becomes, it's like, okay, well, how do you rebel against something like that? It's like you can't, okay, I can't make fun of it anymore because everybody already knows, is in on the joke. And there's no dynamic of, haha, the emperor's wearing no clothes or whatever.
Yeah, no, they don't care. They don't care that they're naked. They're happy to be naked and give you money to call them naked and to not have any clothes because they're really stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have another way to phrase it. Like, it's just embarrassing.
Well, it's not just about the stupidity, but also just like the motivation, how everything is just so perversely motivated.
It is very difficult to like go outside of that, and again to consider other things, because like in the game world right now, and there's a lot of stuff we don't even talk about that is baked in. The nature of cheating is baked into how games are developed, because we develop games currently in a way that is effectively single-player games. Sounds weird to say it like this. When you play a game on a console together, couch co-op, it's a multiplayer game baseline. You have one person who's controlling directly every single character who's in that screen. That's couch co-op. Really, really simple. But when we're playing online, like let's say you and I play Battlefield, I'm actually not controlling the character on your screen. Not directly. It's actually hyper-mediated, and it's mediated through a very complex server system that we have in place because we didn't have the ability to do much better. We were on dial-up, and so everything was built around really terrible internet speeds. Very terrible internet speeds. And as they built things in, they didn't realize the stuff they were building out. So for example, in Battlefield, you can't have non-determined destruction. Every bit of physics has to be determined, pre-rendered, preset, because every computer is actually rendering it separately, not at the same time. Right. And there's certainly no way to do... It has to be deterministic. And so to do true physics, which is non-deterministic, you can't, because everyone's doing their own. It would completely fuck the entire game up. You can't have that set up. At a base level, that is just how games are made now. That is how things are set up and the problem. So when we start talking about like what we can do and how we can do these things and what it means, there's a really extraordinary, like, fucked up side to the whole thing.
Yeah. The client server model haunting
Yeah, and there's a lot of that stuff in games that people don't realize. And as we're building, and we're doing stuff like adding middleware, which we are doing massively every time something new lands. We're adding middleware, but not just middleware, but costs. If you're going to have a multiplayer game right now that people are going to play, let's say you actually think you're going to be successful. And I'm going to assume, hey, let's make sure that you're successful. I like the idea of you being successful. One sec. Entangling vines, that sounds terrible. These are terrible abilities to start out with. I'll go with Magic Missile. But wait, what are the other... one sec, I'm just looking through this because I want stealth stuff, but these seem like shit. How do I unlock these things? What does it work? Points available. These are locked. I need to spend first points here to get these. Scavenger marksmanship, damage with bows. I'm going to have to fill this out. I'm going to have to specifically spend time in ranger, which means I need shit. That's a shame. Fucking, that sucks. That sucks. God damn it. But at least I get to start upgrading that stuff. All right. So if you're going to just have multiplayer, you need account systems. And with account systems, you need persistence and online storage, which means you need to build basically web apps that are not just connected to things that are their own. You have to build them. They live on AWS. Maybe you just forego that and you allow Steam to be the one who provides everything. Well, if you do that, you're locked into literally Steam forever, for every reason. It's the reason a lot of people don't like to do that. Steam's happy to provide you everything as long as they lock your customers completely behind a gigantic wall. And you don't usually want that. You want people to be on other platforms. Steam doesn't care. So if you're going to do multi-platform, you're building it yourself and you're putting it up yourself and you're propping it yourself. Every person who plays your game, and let's say they spend $40, and let's say out of Steam, let's say it's digital, and let's say you spent literally no money to build it, and people are buying it like mad. Out of that $40, you get your, 2/3 after Steam, and then of that, you get to take that home. Happy day, sort of, because having just the game alive costs 10 to 40 cents a player a month. But if people are actively playing, and you're not doing peer-to-peer because you can't because of cheating, that means you're hosting servers. If you're hosting servers, the cost is exorbitant. It's fucking wild how expensive that shit gets.
Yeah.
And so you suddenly are in a place where to just make a multiplayer game that you sell at large, you need to make it live services to have it sustain. Otherwise, you end up putting all your money into that and you get fucked. Sorry, it's just like it's one of the big, super frustrating things.
Remember, if I can remember, what fucking Diablo 2 was like, and you would like connect with like
the original BattleNet.
Yeah, the original BattleNet. Yeah, like Jesus fucking Christ.
And those were all cell phone systems, and they worked because those guys had a silly amount of money. Like they really did have a silly amount of money.
What was that made-up protocol that they made to enable multiplayer?
It has been too long.
It was like IPX or something like that. It was some weird. Crazy times.
Yeah, it's a different world, and it's a completely different world. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Fair enough.
I did have some specific things I wanted to bring up. So one was, do you know anything about Senate Bill SB1 in Ohio?
Presume no. I'm not going to look it up while we're talking because I'm playing.
That's fine. It is a education bill that applies across the board to all public institutions across the state. Anything that receives state money. Basically, not only getting rid of, not only eliminating DEI and whatnot, but also doing like a kind of reverse DEI for hyper conservatism.
Yeah, I mean that's
where,
always been their goal.
Yeah, where it's literally written into law that these higher education institutions have to have some kind of quote unquote equity or balance between quote unquote opposing viewpoints on quote unquote controversial topics. Which, gee, I wonder which particular topics.
Yeah, what are they talking about? I have no idea. Could it be sexuality? Could it be something related to sex that makes these people feel icky? Oh, evolution probably.
Yeah.
But like any sort of sexuality or like anything like that at all, these people are children mentally.
Yeah. So basically, it's setting the groundwork for the state legislature to go after any higher institution that they think is being unfair to conservatives, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is
pretty much
they are
you know.
Again, victimhood is built into Christianity and Judaism as a thing.
Pure resentment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's their entire existence is basically self-worry and hatred.
Self-martyrdom.
And, everything's so sad, and it's gonna be so awful, and everything's gonna just destroy us. And it's like you have all the power. Yeah, but maybe soon, because they're trying.
They're coming to get us.
Yeah, and it's like everyone else is just like, we just want to live. And it's like, yeah, but you living and being alive is like a problem. That's the problem is we don't want you alive. Do you understand?
Oh my God. So basically that bill is going to be the model going forward for how conservatives are going to push into higher education and completely destroy it. Basically.
That's nice.
And it's kind of funny to me that like I saw a quote by Pope Leo where I was like, what the fuck? Like how's the upper echelon of the Catholic Church like producing these intellectuals, I guess, for lack of a better word. I mean, like, it just blew me away. What he wound up saying, if I can find it real quick. Yeah, here goes. From Vatican News, Pope Leo the 14th explains his choice of name. I chose to take the name Leo 14th. There are different reasons for this, but mainly because Pope Leo the 13th and his historic encyclical Rerum Novarum addressed the social question in the context of the First Great Industrial Revolution. In our own day, the Church offers to everyone the treasury of her social teaching in response to another industrial revolution, and to developments in the field of artificial intelligence that pose new challenges for the defense of human dignity, justice, and labor. Like, what? I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting this to come out of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I mean, again,
maybe it's a little facile. Maybe I'm like overblowing it, but
I mean, everything they do has a little bit of that edge, but it's, again, they globally do affect people, and they do affect how people consider these things globally. So I tend to be a little bit more forgiving of like dragging them into the next century. But again, what does it matter? Well, it matters to a lot of people in the world because the people at the top of the Catholic Church are the ones who are like condemning cruelty like this. And I think it's kind of insane to me that we have religious people who are like, yeah, but look, I want to do Christianity, but just not like that.
Right. That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah. You kind of
it's like, it's not that way. Like this other way is so much better. Why do you want it the way you're talking about it? That's a lot. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
What's the whole point? Don't you want to like beat up minorities and laugh at them? No, you don't like doing that? Who are you? Aren't you religious?
But
Movement feels good in this, actually. I'm kind of impressed.
yes, I do see a lot of platforming.
Yeah, it feels solid. It's basic, but fuck. Just played Oblivion. Oblivion sucks.
I mean, even watching it through stream, it looks less floaty.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I just don't care about dialogue. I am one of those people who I think the thing I always hate is the words for a game. You know?
Yeah.
For a game. That feeling where it's like, hey, it's got great writing for a game. It's got a good storyline for a game. Because
Why couldn't it just have good writing? Yeah.
Because the game is the thing that angers people and they hate about what I say. Narrative is a game mechanic. Story is the transcendent element that people take away from it. I had the most amazing story. Yeah, that's not a gameplay thing. That has nothing to do with gameplay.
Yeah.
It's a mechanic.
If it has a great story, I can just watch somebody else play the game and experience the story.
Pretty much.
Never have to go to the frustration of playing it. Yeah, I completely agree. I kind of feel the same way about I feel a similar way about really long animes and stuff that have really where somebody tells you oh yeah, you gotta check out this manga or this anime or whatever, and you're like, okay, when does it stop being stupid? When does it pick up? And they're like, oh, you gotta wait until you get to chapter 327 and then it really picks up. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'll just read about it somewhere else. I'll just read a summary or whatever.
Well, it's the nature of all these things is the question is, what are we putting in terms of mechanics in there? What are the mechanics we've actually got for people that is going to give us room to have the conversation, to play, to move, to do the things that they're doing? And it's it ain't. They don't do that. If you don't care.
What did you think of Dragon's Dogma?
It's fine.
Fine.
Yeah, sorry.
I guess I'm partial to it because I'm a Berserk fan, so.
I'm a Berserk fan. Dragon Dogma's fine. That's all I got. It's just fine. Is it great? No. Is it interesting? I could push it and say that they did some interesting things in it. But again, it's I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. These games are the stories aren't epic to me. They're not interesting to me. They don't involve complex anything. I'll take something that has less of a story and more interesting gameplay any day of the week, because you end up with something let's take Doom. I cannot tell you how little I care about the story of Doom. I don't even give a shit about the story of this Doom that's coming out.
But you have great moments playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. It's fun. It's interesting. You do things. You experience it differently than the story of this game is great, or something like Dwarf Fortress, where the story of the game is actually baked into
is your gameplay. Yeah,
it is the gameplay itself. It's ludo narrative.
The story
design.
About Murdered. I remember the first time I read Boat Murdered. It was at the time it was one of the funniest things I read in my life. Where they
it's up there.
Where they release the water.
Well, it's
and killed everything.
The way all these things work, it's just kind of incredible.
Yeah. Dwarf Fortress is really cool. I don't know if I have. See, my problem is that I enjoy those things in a similar way to you do, but my problem is that I have really bad ADD, like really
Okay.
bad, and so keeping my continued focus and energy on something that's complicated, where you have to juggle a bunch of balls at once. It's really, really rough on me. So like, even though I love reading stories about Dwarven Fortress, I like watching people play it.
But it's not necessarily for you.
Right. It's not necessarily something I can handle because it's just too much all at once. Sensory overload.
Yeah, it is a unique game experience. It is a very, very unique experience. Yeah.
So my problem is that like I'm looking for something that has that interesting interactivity, but it can't be too complicated because then I get overwhelmed and I just get stuck.
It is a very complicated thing.
Yeah. I think the types of games that can kind of strike that balance for me is turn-based games, because
games that are min-maxing and about efficiency.
Yeah. But I was going to say that because it's turn-based, like I can take my time, to make all my decisions, decide what I'm going to do.
It's about efficiency, not skill. I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm being quite serious.
Planning is a type of skill. It's not just all dexterity. What's that they say in RTS games? Think fast, click faster. But
shit. I should have bought some health. This is dumb. I'm gonna go buy some health. I tend to be more of a fan of the Twitch games that really rely on like repeated overall action and not memorization. Limbo, for example, is a game a lot of people really, really love. I don't think I could dislike a game more. I love the beauty. It's beautiful. It's stunning, but it necessitates failure as part of the game. And a lot of people are like, well, that's the point. And it's like, cool for you. I have no interest in a game that like requires me to fail in order to be good
even
at
though
it.
Even though I know very well how to.
Well, I always go back. Guitar Hero is like my favorite example of this that I think people get once I explain it. So I loved Guitar Hero when it first came out. The first couple ones, it was great. And there's two kinds of skill I found. And I was excited because I was, able to do like the new game had come out. I was able to blow through it on expert, one try, 100%ing. There's 2 songs I fail. Like I was like, I can play this game. I've got a skill in it. And then you go to the championships, but the championships are people who are playing through the fire and the flames with their eyes closed because they have it memorized absolutely perfectly, because they've done it so many fucking times. It's not possible for them otherwise to like
mess up.
Yeah, they can't mess up because that's not how they work. That's not a thing for them. They don't have that. And so when we're talking about like how skill builds or how people work with skill, the people who memorize, who spend all their time, that is a skill. That's a thing. Cool. But the reality is that's not the same thing as the people who can figure out and get the muscle memory in place.
Dynamically.
Yes, the dynamic response. And these are two types of skill that I'm not saying they both aren't valuable, but they are often in the same game mistaken for each other and they overlap. So a game like Limbo, if you become perfect at Limbo and you like, let's say you're just perfect at it, but you sit down the first time, you're going to die, period. Because unless you know that the death thing is coming up or how it's going to move, and it's a big shock, you're fucked. It's like I want to be the guy, which is cute, but it's like, it's fun, and I like the failure thing, but that's a memorization game, not a skill game. No one in the world can just beat that. That's not how it works. You don't beat that game that way. I have people who believe that's the case, and it fucking isn't. Like, no one can just be very good at I want to be the guy. You've memorized I want to be the guy. There are the health potions. Let's get that.
Yeah.
There. Now let's go murder people. So that's like, for me, the important distinction is when we start talking about like skill versus memorization or efficiency. And I think in games, we have a conflation of them, and they shouldn't necessarily be conflated. They should be very separated if we can do it. They should be, I don't want to say in opposition, but they should be in service of different types of games. And the best games are the ones that understand that. And I think things like, for example, oh shit. I don't know, just for me, the nature of, see, that's frustrating that it turns orange if it's like it all over the guy rather than on him.
An
That's
example
a frustrating
that,
choice for reticle.
an example of what you're talking about that just occurred to me is like in let's say I'm playing Morrowind and I just started a new character. It's like, okay, I've memorized all the loot locations. I know there's like a free ebony sword, sitting in this shop counter, and I can just press sneak in this corner and I can grab it, versus somebody who picks up the game, has never played it before, but then like looks at all the systems, examines how they work, and understands a way to play the game that's satisfying and flows really well.
Well,
It's
they figure out
who's-
like the
who's
game.
more right. It's like who's more quote unquote skillful, but then who gets rewarded? Like the reward is either similar or disproportionate to the person who just memorized where all the good stuff is or something.
Yeah, well, it's again, this is it's why I think games is an interesting conversation to have within the world of capital, because the laborer who once upon a time was using his skill and time and mastery to make a perfect table, versus the person who comes in and buys machinery that can make 1,000 tables and make a lot more money, and therefore puts the mason out of business, or the skilled businessman out of business. The classic Marxist take. There's some parallels to a lot of that very quickly that you can start drawing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think that's where we start having some interesting convos.
Yeah. How do you like the Bataille stuff that's in Cruelty Squad, whatnot?
I don't care for Cruelty Squad.
Don't.
So, it's ostensibly something that in theory I am like the perfect consumer for, but it is not for me. It is not for me. I will take weird, odd little games that fuck around and do things in lots of different ways, from Pony Island all the way through. I love that shit. I love weird. I love strange. I like taking chances. But there's a point where the self-awareness of those things, where you're doing it specifically to create
the snark of it, is that?
Yeah, where you're doing it specifically for the snark, not to like trick the player or to create delight, but instead like to prove you're very clever.
Haha, yeah, I'm such a smart person.
I am so smart because I put this in a game, and it's like you can feel that in writing, and you can feel that in filmmaking, and I think you can feel it in games very, very well.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good kind of David Foster Wallace kind of perspective on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would probably say like there is a worthwhile conversation in like the authenticity that gets lost in game development when you're doing these things that are, again, playing with interfaces or messing with people in terms of like all the different ways you can. I'm down for that shit. I think there's a lot of room to fuck with people that they're not familiar with. Have you played Frog Fractions?
No.
Frog Fractions is a great example of that, where it's like the limitations that are placed inside of the games we play and how they're placed. We are part and parcel of that. And the game really explores the idea of like how far you can run in the opposite direction. And I don't want to say more than that because it's fucking wonderful. And in fact, we're going to play some Frog Fractions right now.
Nice.
Because it's the stupidest game ever. I mean that. It's stupid in just a wonderful, wonderful goddamn
delightful way. Yeah. I like games like that. The other thing I wanted to bring up.
We had a Marxist-Leninist come into the server and ask if Marxist-Leninist Deleuzianism is a thing. And I was... No, I'm serious. And I'm trying to be nice because they're like, do Marxist-Leninist Deleuzians exist? If so, how does it work? I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I've yet to read Deleuze's stuff, but from what I saw online, he's not fond of the DOTP, or maybe I'm misinformed. I wrote,
he is very not fond.
ML Deleuzians probably exist somewhere in a weird corner of online discourse. Catboy Deleuzians are a thing after all, but it'd be difficult for that to be a coherent system of thought given what both entail. I see, so does his views align better with anarchists? And August wrote nicely, I don't think you're going to get far trying to put a pre-established label with pre-built meanings on Deleuze. And they left the server. That's my day. Man. That's every day on that fucking server, some shit like that. every fucking day.
Oh man.
If you folks haven't played Frog Fractions, I have a hard time telling you how wonderful this experience is going to be. And I'm just going to warn you ahead of time, it is just amazing and magical. If you're up for supporting what I do, and I would love it, would be just make my day, feel free to toss a nice little super chat or membership or all those other things. Where the fuck is Frog Fractions? Come on.
Yeah, give Brooks money because I definitely don't have any.
Yeah, none of us have it. It's okay. Where the fuck is this stupid...
But,
specific window. And there it is. Frog Fractions. Ready for music?
Oh yeah, I was going to mention... You just reminded me. There was a guy in...
One sec. Oh, no. No! Audio, no! Can you hear me?
Leftist technical difficulties once again.
All right. I'm going to leave the music playing for a minute. I'm going to stream it. Watch the stream. Just watch the stream for a minute. I'm going to narrate a little bit. This is... Oh, God. There it is. This is Frog Fractions. Frog Fractions is magical and wonderful and everything. This is the Game of the Decade edition. If you don't know how good Frog Fractions is, and you have to learn your fractions, I highly suggest you play Frog Fractions. Okay? Here's wave one. Okay. See? They're all fractions, and they're going to go eat my fruit, and I need to stop them from eating the fruit. Did you get it?
Uh-oh.
Are you doing the math? Are you following?
I see.
You got to do the math. Are you doing it? It's quick. It's fast. And look, I've got 16 Zork
There's an indignity bar.
I have an indignity bar there. I have 16 Zorkmids, and I've captured there's a bunch of fruit, 5 fruit. Okay, so now I can upgrade my frog. Okay, can upgrade my frog. Let me move chat. I'm going to shrink chat a little bit. Sorry, chat. I know you're all excited, but look, this is just more important than you. Okay.
I definitely need an indignity bar above my head, floating all the time.
We all do. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to shrink you on down. And then you go on down too. All right. So first thing we can do is we have lock on targeting. So we don't have to worry about clicking. We definitely want that. That's my upgrade. So here we go. So now it's just nice and easy. It just pops right in. Pop. Now do the math, everyone. Are you following? You need to learn your fractions. This was a Flash game in the heyday of Flash games that genuinely, there's a very particular genre of what it is. Now it's 7 fruit, okay? And I still only have 16 Zorkmids. Look, I get your envy. You're just bad at fractions. It's okay. You're going to be learning with us. Don't worry. Just catch up. So let's see. We've got durians, which is 8. I can upgrade my fruit. This turtle, I can ride him to grab fruit in the side. Cybernetic brain, it costs 8 Zorkmids. And then lock on targeting, I can get rid of. I'm going to actually use my Zorkmids to install the brain. So my score is, I don't know math. That's why I'm doing frog fractions. See, look, now it's 1.5.
Scientific notation.
Right? Are you following? Look, this is mathematics is important. Okay.
Oh my God. This is giving me nightmares from middle school.
There we go. 2.33, of course. Duh.
Yes, of course.
13 fruit. We're going to do
e to the negative 10th. Yes, of course.
So we want to definitely have the guys stick together. So we're going to use the static tongue, which grabs groups of the guys all at once. I don't know if you can hear the sound effects, but it's fan-fucking-tastic. I'm going to turn it up. The gulping from the frog is amazing. All right, upgraded durian. Let's keep going. Teaching typing.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. It's literally somebody's going gulp.
No.
Oh yeah, typing games are great.
Typing of the Dead's the best typing game ever made. Did you like that? The noises? I like the noises. There we go. Okay. Now we're gonna...
I like instead of a tongue, it's just a fucking laser. That's great.
What's
God,
beneath?
I miss the zany Newgrounds days. Holy shit.
What's beneath? I mean, look at all the... I've got like 1 billion fruit now. I don't think that they're going to be able to survive much longer. What do you think? Look at that. I mean, how good am I at this game? I'm very good. Now we're going to... Oh, the dragon's available. Oh, we're going to upgrade him. And let's go... There's down, but let's... Fuck it, let's go.
Damn, I wish I knew about this when I was a kid.
You can pretend like you're learning with your parents.
Yeah. Right age, right.
I love it.
See, Mom, it's scientific notation.
Yeah.
This is my homework. Fruit like a billion.
So, Frog Fractions is the first of 2 games. There's a spiritual sequel, not a direct sequel. Star Warp Drive, let's do that. I mean, this is literally the same game, right? Do you like a Star Fox reference on occasion? Because I hope you like Star Fox references.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of Star Fox references.
Oh, man. Man, I feel like I was robbed of a significant portion of my childhood.
This was my adulthood. This was, I want to say, 2009? 10?
I would have been...
I don't want to know. I'm good. Thank you for letting me know what you would have been. Do a barrel roll. There you go.
I would have been an adult. But just barely. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and I guess I feel like you and Sunday kind of preempted it when.
So let me turn the game down.
When we talked. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I think you and Sunday kind of preempted it a little bit when you.
Oh, wait. No refuge. Beatitude for gains. Here we go. You ready? I've got to use the tongue to this. I love this game. This is like top tier weird game making, and I'm down with it. I'll take this. This is good. I have a lot of these fucking weird games. You're under arrest. There we go. All right. Mr. Elk, charge against you are severe. You're accused of breaking and entering into our native habitat. Bug Mars, with intent to purloin our delicious space fruit. How do you plead? Guilty, Your Honor.
Oh,
Not
my
guilty.
God.
Amphibious. You've got me wrong, dude. My name is Mr. Leap. Has anyone ever told you look delicious? Oh, God, I'm surrounded by bugs. These charges carry a minimum sentence of 20 years hard labor, but there's a special offer this week. How'd you like to become a naturalized citizen of Bug Mars? Absolutely.
So now it's Ace Attorney.
I mean, it's just whatever the fuck it is, kind of, at this point. Our bug flag has 4 stripes. What do they represent? Synecdoche. Right. What does it mean? Just kidding. I think the Founding Fathers made that word up. Next question on the series. Bug Jersey Shore. What is Bug Snooki's favorite flavor of ice cream? I'm just going to go through these. I love this shit. It scratches a particular itch for me. I grew up with the Monkey Island games and old, like, really kind of absurdist stuff.
Yeah. Grim Fandango.
Mars fractions are the best fractions.
What's the other one? Sam and Max.
Sam and Max is wonderful. Keep missing that fucking present. Oh, here we go. Down I go.
I was stuck with.
As conceived in 1652 by Portuguese printing press operator André Felipe, boxing was a gentleman's game in which 2 men would square off and regale each other with stories monotonous for days on end, until one of them fell to the ground from boredom or exhaustion. Over the next few years...
I'm going to stop there. Frog Fractions is, I think, free. Everyone should go play it. I didn't even come close to showing you the entire game. Highly suggested. Highly suggested.
Yeah, I'm sold on it.
Highly suggested. It's just fantastic. I am upset that Doom is not out. Genuinely. I thought Doom was supposed to be out already.
Is it okay that if I talk about my boring shit?
Yeah, talk about your boring shit. Let's do it.
Okay. I guess you and Sunday preempted it a little bit when you talked about Mark Fisher. But my thought was that, like when I floated the idea of reading and criticizing Mark Fisher, there's basically two reactions. One is he's just a waste of time. Why would you bother? The other is sort of like that he could be like a sort of cognito hazard, I guess, if you're not careful.
Yeah, I can see that.
And the thing is, what I want to get out of rereading Mark Fisher, at least what little I did read, is that I do want to highlight the criticisms of that work because, unfortunately, for better or worse, it seems that he had a lot of outside influence on how a lot of the left commentariat, let's say, thinks about these things.
All right. Well, let's do a Fisher review. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll do a Fisher review. I'll be right back. You can stay there, Sure Shot. Hang out. I'll just be right back.
I'm here. Inshallah.
Let's try to do this. We're gonna.
By review, do you like? Are we literally gonna read?
We're gonna read a couple things.
Something. Okay.
Mark Fisher isn't great. We'll just make that the stream, and that's what I was hoping to do, is really do thinking. That was my thing today, sure. So I was really excited to be doing is like spending time thinking.
And I just fucking shit all over it. Yeah.
All right, let's fucking do this. All right, we can do this a couple ways. I can spend some time to talk through what I consider the core critiques of how I view them. We can pull up a few texts and shit all over them, which is always fun, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's enjoyable for me because I don't like Mark Fisher. It's kind of the end of the sentence. I don't consider most of his works very good. I find what he has written tiring more than anything else. And I find his writing style to be hacky, for lack of a better term.
Kind of want to be Chuck Palahniuk.
I think he wishes he could be like that. Oh, I still have this as my background here. That's funny. Here, we're going to switch this to reading. There. I'm going to move over. And then we go here. We pop you in here. Add window capture. And it's going to be Mark Fisher. Let's take a look at our friend and how he reviewed a couple movies that I think are interesting. And I think his review of them is embarrassing. And I think it's enlightening when we talk about kind of the critiques around him because of how he thinks about specifically these things. Because this is a challenge for him to not, I don't know how to put it. I don't care for Mark Fisher. I don't know how else I can say that. I just really fucking don't. I think he's just shit. He reads the opening translation of Lyotard's Libidinal Economy. And we can read it. I'm just going to skip it. Ian Hamilton Grant refers to a certain maturity of contemporary wisdom. According to this maturity, Grant observes, economy libidinal, the libidinal economy, was a minor and short-lived explosion of a somewhat naive anti-philosophical expressionism, an aestheticizing trend hung over from renewed interest in Nietzsche prevalent in the late 1960s. Grant groups Lyotard's book with three others: Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, Irigares' Speculum of the Other Woman, and Baudrillard's Symbolic Exchange and Death. Libidinal economy has in general drawn little critical response. Grant continues, save losing Lyotard, many Marxist friends, indeed with a few exceptions, it is now only Lyotard himself who occasionally refers to the book, to pour new scorn on it, calling it his evil book, the book that everyone writing and thinking is tempted to do. This remained the case until Ben Noyes' The Persistence of the Negative, in which Noyes positions libidinal economy and Anti-Oedipus as part of what he calls an accelerationist moment. A couple of quotes from these two texts give immediately the flavor of the accelerationist gambit from Anti-Oedipus. But which, you're going to obviously can tell how much I'm going to enjoy this. But which is the revolutionary path? Is there one? To withdraw from the world market, as Samir Amin advises third world countries to do, in a curious revival of the fascist economic solution? Or might it be to go in the opposite direction, to go further still, that is, in the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization? For perhaps the flux are not yet deterritorialized enough, not decoded enough from the viewpoint of a theory and practice of a highly schizophrenic character. Not to withdraw from the process, but to go further, to accelerate the process, as Nietzsche put it. In this matter, the truth is that we haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, Ben Noyes is the guy who wrote Malign Velocities, and he is shit. Birds of a feather. What can I say, birds of a feather? And from Libidinal Economy, the one passage from the text that is remembered, if only in notoriety, quote, "The English unemployed did not have to become workers to survive. They, hang on tight and spit on me, enjoyed the hysterical, masochistic, whatever exhaustion it was of hanging on in the mines, in the foundries, in the factories, in hell. They enjoyed it. Enjoyed the mad destruction of their organic body, which was indeed imposed upon them. They enjoyed the decomposition of their personal identity, the identity of the peasant tradition had constructed for them, enjoyed the disillusions of their families and villages, and enjoyed the new monstrous anonymity of the suburbs and the pubs in morning and evening." Spit on Leotard they certainly did, but in what does the alleged scandalous nature of the passage reside? Hands up who wants to give up their anonymous suburbs and pubs and return to the organic mud of peasantry. Hands up, that is to say, all those who really want to return to pre-capitalist territorialities, families, and villages. Hands up, furthermore, to those who really believe these desires for restored organic wholeness are extrinsic to late capitalist culture, rather than fully incorporated components of the capitalist libidinal infrastructure. Hollywood itself tells us that we may appear to be always-on techno-addicts, hooked on cyberspace, but inside, in our true selves, we are primitives, organically linked to the mother planet, and victimized by the military-industrial complex. James Cameron's Avatar is significant because it highlights the disavowal that is constitutive of late capitalist subjectivity, even as it shows how this disavowal is undercut. We can only play at being inner primitives by virtue of cinematic proto-VR technology whose very existence presupposes the destruction of an organic idyll of Pandora. And if there is no desire to go back except as cheap Hollywood holiday and in other people's misery, if, as Leotard argues, there are no primitive societies, yes, the Terminator was there from the start distributing microchips to accelerate its advent, isn't then the only direction forward, through the shit of capital, its metal bars, its polystyrene, its books, its sausage pâtés, and its cyberspace matrix? I want to make 3 claims. Everyone is an accelerationist. Accelerationism has never happened. Marxism is nothing if not accelerationist. You can tell I'm going to... It's fun, right? It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
So to go back to the quote from Anti-Oedipus just before we move on, I'm just going to make a little mark. Well, I don't need to. We're only a little bit in. You could take this, I think, as accelerationist if you want to read it directly sort of out of context. But they're instead making the point less about accelerationism and instead that the very process of capitalism is that of desire, and that withdrawing from the process is the harmful thing to be doing. It's not necessarily to accelerate the process. It's not really that. That's a phrase Nietzsche has that, again, doesn't really mean accelerationism. It's more the embracing and manifesting of the process. But again, the process is desiring production. The process is not capitalism. It's really a tough paragraph, but it's not what he's saying that this is. It's a gist at the fun fucking side out of the side of this. It's very frustrating. So as he goes in and he starts saying these things, everyone is an accelerationist. These are going to be some grand claims, right? I think they're grand claims.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of stuff here where it's like, oh, Marxism is accelerationist. This could be a whole thing.
Yeah.
So, one second, I'm just eating my protein bar. Of the 70s text that Grant mentions in his roundup, libidinal economy was in some respects the most crucial link with 90s UK cyber theory. It isn't just the content, but the intemperate tone of libidinal economy that is significant. Here we might recall Zizek's remarks on Nietzsche. At the level of content, Nietzsche's philosophy is now eminently assimilable, but it is the style, the invective of which we cannot imagine a contemporary equivalent, at least not one that is solemnly debated in the Academy. Both Ian Grant and Ben Noyes follow Leotard himself in describing a libidinal economy as a work of affirmation, but rather like Nietzsche's texts, libidinal economy habitually defers to its affirmation, engaging for much of the text in a series of ostensibly parenthetical hatreds. While Anti-Oedipus remains in many ways a text of the late 60s, libidinal economy anticipates the punk 70s, draws upon the 60s that punk retrospectively projects. Not far beneath Lyotard's desire-drunk yes lies the no of hatred, anger, and frustration. No satisfaction, no fun, no future. These are the resources of negativity that I believe the left must make contact with again, but it's now necessary to reverse the Deleuze-Guattari libidinal economy emphasis on politics as a means to greater libidinal intensification. Rather, it's a question of instrumentalizing libido for political purposes. We're going to do more of this paper, but this is a bit of a huge problem. Because the very fact is, as Mark Fischer is saying here, he's saying, oh no, that D&G and Anti-Oedipus, their focus is politics. That's the deal. It's the emphasis is politics is the means to greater libidinal intensification. No, they actually say quite the opposite. And in fact, politics is libidinal. It's not an intensification of libido that happens there. It's actually at the furthest distance from libido that politics happens. It's a fundamental misreading along the lines of that you end up seeing people like, Plastic Pills and other PP people that have this weird reading because they come at D&G from Mark Fischer and these other writers who don't get it. And they don't read the book. Like, I don't even know where Mark Fischer gets some of the stuff.
Well,
it's
I'm
literally the opposite.
Also late in that paragraph where he's just like, he's characterizing entire decades by these singular works.
It's almost like he's totalizing things in a really fucked up way. This is the guy, you have to remember, this is the guy who I have a lot of lines that I hate from him, but the idea there's no such thing as new music, everything's derivative. It's like, yes, Mark, when you live in a space where you categorize everything based on what it's connected to and you create the derivation, everything's derivative. Do you not remember reading that in Deleuze's works? It's one of his core theories of how we do that and why we categorize, and that it's not a matter of there not being new music. Actually, all music is always new, but you're going back to the Platonic representational space and living inside of there.
I mean, he sounds like a bad Pitchfork writer.
Correct.
In a lot of this.
Mark Fischer was part of a bunch of British people who were kind of like the dirtbag people, the cyber dirtbag left cool guys who were actually right wing inside of the UK, and they were really cool within critical theory circles. They're the guys who put money behind zero books and shit. Like they ended up doing things, but it is, he's a just shit writer. He's just,
he seems to like, he seems to just basically take for granted that he's talking to somebody who is not equipped to not see through it. Like,
well, it's so let's just talk. This is about, and we haven't done a reading of Lyotard's libidinal economy for a lot of reasons. One is which, like, I don't actually think it's an interesting book. It's not a fantastic book, and I think a lot of Lyotard's works, like he's disavowed it mostly out of being a giant fucking coward, as far as I'm concerned. But like the interesting stuff, but there's this really weird line he's gotten here where he says, like the no of hatred, frustration, this nihilism, this resource of negativity. But I'm having trouble with that because the whole point of the book was really about attempting to analyze desire's operant structure within capitalism without Marxism or Freud. That's what libidinal economy was. He was trying to do and take another step. So it's a very affirming yes. His desire drunk yes isn't masking negativity. It's, again, like Deleuze, it's a pure positive. And the intensities of desire are the thing that maybe there's a lack, but having the no on the other side of it, like not far beneath the drunk yes lies the no of hatred. What? That's not, it's just not a thing in there as a thing. And so when he starts talking about we need to make
So he's saying there's a
contact,
disavowal when there isn't really a disavowal.
well, it's like it's a thing that I've never gotten. And he kind of is going to talk about it more, and it's really shit. I mean, again, Lyotard was trying to take what Deleuze and Guattari did and try to go in a different direction, and again, to extend it without having the baggage. And this is a thing I think you'll see this in Laruelle as well, where he's like, oh yeah, well, I want to do philosophy that's non-philosophy, and I'm going to go so non-philosophy. It's that they're trying to do the Deleuze thing and trying to make commentary on it, and it's effective in some ways, and it's interesting, but it's like a whole set of shit. But then he's got this other line that goes with it. These are the resources of negativity that we must make contact with again. And it's like, wait, hatred, hatred and aesthetic everything and frustration. These are on the surface. These are politically dangerous things. Like, not dangerous in like oh, I might stab myself, but in the like, hey,
destructive.
It's destructive. Let's have a movement that reconnects with these negative things. What? Why would we? But they're negative things that aren't in libidinal economy, that he's kind of just divined out of it. Because again, he sucks. Well,
he seems to be taking advantage of the naivete of the reader.
No, Laruelle was very good. Laruelle's fucking with Deleuze. That's my point, is Laruelle's trying to do that. I think, again, Lyotard with libidinal economy, they were trying to make the same move. And it's really weird when Mark Fisher's saying this shit because, like, okay, I want to just go back through all the leftist movements that have ever existed and been even moderately successful in the history of the world. Every single one of them is about a universalized message and about brotherhood and freedom and emancipation. And the opposite is how the fascists, like, and not to say that it's like always going to be that way, but
well, the more they shrunk that circle, the less successful they all became.
Yeah, it's just really terrible.
Yeah.
It's just really, I don't have a lot of like, I don't have a lot of respect for his writing. We're 3 pages in a piece called Terminator versus Avatar. And it's like,
I mean,
look,
I've been thinking of these people like as neo-Leninists in my head, and that's been kind of accurate.
It's probably not far. I mean, again, there's a reason he's quoting Zizek, and how he's trying to play through this paragraph is he's like, Nietzsche defers affirmation. And it's like, yeah, but like it's to me a very, very weak thing, because Nietzsche's play is kind of weirder and more different. It's not this thing. So it's kind of, I don't know. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Just, it's very frustrating to read for me, because the idea that Nietzsche has like this weird negative undercurrent is the thing that, like, Zizek likes this and he plays with this. Is again, he's trying to Zizek because he has to, because it is everything he's built on is lack, and negativity has to be built into everything. So he's always trying to find the negative. And every time he does, it's like, oh yeah, I get what you're doing, but I don't know if that's the same thing. So Zizek does this thing where he's talking about the style versus the content. He's got a few things on this you can probably find just in general, but that thing he's doing is not something I even agree with or can sort of understand. When he's like, I understand what he's doing. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't feel right to me, and I don't follow him as he goes down that road. And so when we're talking about like this deferral of affirmation, this presumes in this text, and again, he's done no work whatsoever to say that Lyotard and Nietzsche's writings both have this. He's done nothing to show it. It's just blah out there. And then he's using that to just claim that shit earlier about the punk stuff. And again, here, as he's going to continue, where he's like, this deferral is not the equivalent to negation. It doesn't have to, you can take it that way, that's fine, but it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't entail negation necessarily. Deferral can just be deferral. It's just frustrating. I find this very, 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 very frustrating. And it ends up being this thing that he's spending, even in this beginning thing, this is a running Mark Fisher thing. And it's another thing that makes me nuts, is like, he hates this idea of like this academic domestication that happens to thinkers, right? And he's criticizing it, and he's always shitting on the academic. This is that. He's literally doing it. Like, he's doing the thing that he's critiquing. He's trying to like play through this like transgression of Leotard, but he's doing it in reference to deeply established academics like Zizek and Nietzsche. This would basically contradict what he's doing in and of itself. It's
or what he says he's doing.
Yeah. It's just very frustrating. And it's a very superficial attempt to bring in negativity.
It smacks of trying to be cool.
That is Mark Fisher in a fucking nutshell. To continue.
Yeah.
If libidinal economy was repudiated, but more often ignored, the 90s theoretical moment to which Grant's own translation contributed has fared even worse. 1 sec. This is going to be land. I want to make sure I get the right. I want to see if I can find.
While you're doing that, I'm going to get a drink real quick, just like 30 seconds.
Yeah, you do that. Fuck. So frustrating. This is so frustrating. Where is that from? It says Machinic Desire, but I fucking hate this so much. God damn it, Sure Shot. Yes, by land I mean Nick Fanged Numina, meth addict, weird, obsessed with Asian women, creepy fuck, asshole. Correct. Don't do meth, kids. I do love roasted pecans. All right. We'll read a little bit. Livia says, it seems like he often takes a concept and then tries to backfill it. Mark Fisher is terrible.
You're right back.
Mark Fisher is just, his writings are not good. He lands because he built everything off of capitalist realism, which is basically a book that says, hey, you know how tough capitalism is? It's that way because it do. And it feels good to read that, because then you're like, oh, it do be like it is. And that's it. That's capitalist realism. You get to feel good for, you get to feel like you're not alone. It feels nice.
Feel good for feeling bad. Yeah.
Yeah. He's philosopher of resentment par excellence. If it was blah, 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 blah. Despite his current reputation as a founder of speculative realism, Grant's incendiary 90s texts, sublime cyber surgeries suturing Blade Runner into Kant, Marx, and Freud, have all but disappeared from circulation. Aww. What a shame. The work of Grant's one-time mentor, Nick Land, does not even draw a derisive comment. Like libidinal economy, his work, too, has drawn little critical response, and Land, to say the least, had no Marxist friends to lose. Hatred for the academic left was, in fact, one of the libidinal motors of Land's work. Why would you then quote him? Like, hey, this guy sucks. As land rights and machinic desire, enjoy this. Machinic revolution must therefore go in the opposite direction to socialistic regulation, pressing towards ever more uninhibited marketization of the processes that are tearing down the social field, still further with the movement of the market, of decoding and deterritorialization. And one can never go far enough in the direction of deterritorialization. You haven't seen nothing yet, because I read Anti-Oedipus. And again, fuck him. This is Nick Land at his worst. He believes that what we need to do is basically allow capitalism to become wholly unregulated and unfettered because the marketplace will become an AI. Because he is fucking stupid. Because he's fucking stupid and he did too many drugs and he sucks.
Well, not just AI as in what is currently on Elon Musk's servers. It's more like he literally believes in
AGI, full-on singularity. Yeah.
Yeah. True artificial intelligence.
Which is stupid. But it's also stupid because, again, the limited understanding he has of the world, and I like to say, and this upsets a lot of people, especially white guys from the UK, which you'll understand why I would. I'm shocked white guys from the UK don't have the ability to understand anything about the world that they live in. We've never experienced that before. That's basically the argument I have against all these people. They come from this very particular time where they were bougie in a fairly well-off transitionary phase. They were falling off their generation. They didn't like to deal with it. It made them so sad that they had to deal with it. And lo and behold, they found excuses and reasons why the way that they viewed the world and the world they grew up in was very good. It's the most self-serving, egotistical shit. If you want to have an argument, and I actually, it's more nuanced than this. If I were to sit down with Nick Land and he says, hey, I think actually what we need to do is we need to allow capitalism to decode everything. I'd go, I agree. That would be, what? Yeah, I agree. And he'd go, well, good. So we need to do with all regulation. No, that's not decoding everything. That's part of the process. Did you not read the rest of Anti-Oedipus? What do you mean? Well, the axiomatization in the way that set theory operates within the libidinal economy as it functions necessitates the need for rules that will continue to be done. So actually regulation is built into capitalism. There is no way of doing capitalism without regulation. You're talking about without government regulation. But even then, we can actually justifiably change the way that the legal system functions so that way it's more responsive and dynamic, because a type of law that's responsive to enabling the marketplace while also ensuring that people aren't being trampled in the way of the old despotic would allow us to move forward, because it's the power of capitalism with the power of regulation and the axiomatic. It's a more interesting conversation to have. What you want, Nick Land, is you want to go back to the time of kings, but you don't understand that because, again, you're British. British people, for some reason, don't understand the way imperialism works.
Their own monarchy. Yeah. So
it's a child's view of things. It's a child's view. And Mark Fisher is the child's view. So much so that this next sentence, I may vomit as I finish it. Land was our Nietzsche. Land was our Nietzsche. I find that to be a very presumptuous statement.
No, how about Nietzsche was our Nietzsche?
How about Nietzsche was Nietzsche? I like that idea.
Yeah.
Land was our Nietzsche, with the same baiting of the so-called progressive tendencies. I didn't read that. I read Machinic Designer. There's no progressive tendencies there. He is on the face completely about fascising everything. It is.
When was that written?
Early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Okay. Wondering if that's before or after his like meth breakdown.
I want to say it was right before. Machine Designer was right before. Nope, this was his early 90s stuff. So yeah, this was way before. This was at his,
really?
This was Fanged Nomina stuff, which was good, interesting. Again, Land has things he's arguing with and tarrying with that is like actually in philosophy. I don't agree with his reading of Deleuze. I think what he does with a lot of it and where he continues to go is fucking silly because I blame the English translation. And I also blame people not being forced to learn about mathematics or understand set theory before they were
I did note your reading of flow as flux there earlier.
Well, yeah, but because the point of the entire thing for Deleuze is he's bringing in basically set theory and rather aggressive calculus and Riemannian geometry into the nature of existence. These things matter. And so if you're going to be talking about, on one hand, the decoding of codes, which is what capitalism is doing, which is good, and I believe it is good. Fuck the way that desire was coded and the oppressive systems there. The other side of it is we have the axiomatization, the creation of fundamental rules around sets that are the way that we parse and set meaning up. This combination of things is what capitalism does. It's an interesting system. It's not perfect at all. It does really, really awful things, but we've got a lot of baggage from before, and we've got more stuff to go forward with. So why don't we work within and understand all of these pieces? Land throws out axiomatization almost entirely. To him, axiomatization is part of the logic of the AGI, or the coming singularity, which it's not. It's just fucking not. If we unfettered, and this is like the fatal problem, we unfettered, let's say tomorrow we went, hey, you know what? No more rules. We're done. No more rules for capital. Capital is going to do things, and then it's going to not need to make more axiomatics because we're there. So we're actually stunting the growth of the axiomatic by not regulating it, by not having issues, by not letting it collide, by not having it deal with the emergent properties of desire that are part of the historical and political process. We've eliminated that. We've neutered capitalism. If you are that, you've turned it into this idyllic, weird, transcendent thing that is disconnected from humanity fully. Not saying it's super connected now. It's a complicated nightmare mess, but there's parts and machinery that we can fuck with and things we can work with and understand. To just cut out entire sections of it is just awful. Just terrible. Yeah, Land has a couple good essays. Again, Phenomena has a couple. It's not bad philosophy. That's the thing.
What did you think of Kant Capital and the Prohibition Incest?
It has been too long, and I'm going to say I don't know. I'll just say I don't know.
Okay.
There's only too many papers you can read. I'm actually not sure if I've read it. I'll have to check. But there are parts of Phenomena I really liked. That I found hitting my brain. The high tonality of thought, I think, is how Nietzsche put it. But let's continue. Land was our Nietzsche with the same baiting of the so-called progressive tendencies, the same bizarre mixture of the reactionary and the futuristic, and a writing style that updates 19th century aphorisms into what Kodwo Eshun called text at sample velocity. I hate all of these people so much. Like, I use words that are for computers. That's pretty awesome. Did you know that? Can we have sex now?
It's like Borderlands, how the naming scheme of what's that company's that one company like has a naming scheme for all of its weapons. That's like exactly that.
Yeah, very much. Just awful. Speed in the abstract and the chemical sense was crucial here. Also, in the chemical sense, he means for Nick. Telegraphic tech punk provocations, replacing the conspicuous cogitation of so much post-structuralist continentalism. There's a meaningless sentence. Well done. Telegraphic tech punk provocations. Telegraphic tech punk provocations, replacing conspicuous cogitation. That is like someone fucked a thesaurus, man.
Telegraphic.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT what it means. I'm going to ask ChatGPT
that just means. That just means transmitted, right?
One sec. I'm going to try to bring up ChatGPT and find out what it thinks it means. Because I hate it. Okay. Telegraphic means brief and condensed rapid-fire statements. Tech punk provocations are provocative claims using cyberpunk imagery and technological references. So condensed provocations utilizing cyberpunk imagery, replacing the traditional continental philosophy space of conspicuous cogitation, laborious thought, cogitation, the visibly laborious thinking, and laborious and agonized writing.
So he's basically bragging about replacing Hegel with cyberpunk.
I don't even know, because it's like I'm not sure. Like literally, he says laborious and agonized writing. That sentence is that. It's again, Mark Fisher is the thing he's doing.
You're
like,
yeah.
God, he sucks.
This is laborious and agonized.
With its implication that the more laborious and agonized the writing, the more thought must be going on. That's literally you, Mark, right here. I don't think on the off chance that Mark is like actually like an Andy Kaufman level brilliant guy, and he's doing the thing to like auto critique, right?
Just pulling your leg.
What does ChatGPT do exactly? ChatGPT is usually really stupid, but when you have sentences like that, I always ask it like, break apart, tell me what every word means, and then they do it, and it's like, because it doesn't know what the words are, but it knows what words kind of mean and generally. And so it kind of works. It's kind of, that's what I was reading. So I was like, telegraphic means brief, condensed. Tech print provocations, it rewords, and it kind of went through that. That's kind of the idea. I find it useful for that kind of stuff. Whenever I run into like word salad shit like that, because to me, it's the stuff an AI would write. AIs do very well with it. Because it's not interesting. It's not an interesting sentence. It's just big words. It doesn't actually say anything new. But if you were to ask like, hey, how does necessity and destiny differ within Deleuzian thought? It will just kind of give you a word salad garbage because that's new and it's interesting. Let's keep going. Whatever the merits of Land's other theoretical provocations, and I'll suggest some serious problems with them presently. Good for you. Land's withering assaults on the academic left, or the embourgeoisified, fuck you, state subsidizing grumbling that so often calls itself academic Marxism, remain trenchant. I hate him so much. The unwritten rule of these careerist sandbaggers is that no one seriously expects any renunciation of a bourgeois subjectivity to ever happen. Pass him or low, I've got a career's worth of quibbling critique to get through. So we see a ruthless protection of petty bourgeois interests dressed up as politics. Papers about antagonism. Then, oh God. Oh, Mark Fisher, you are just, it's a bear to read, man. Papers about antagonism. Then all off to the pub afterwards. Instead of this, Land took earnestly, to the point of psychosis and auto-induced schizophrenia, the Spinozist Nietzschean Marxist injunction that a theory should not be taken seriously if it remains at the level of representation.
Land was literally doing performance art, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I actually don't even know.
And how is him ending up in schizophrenic psychosis?
It's accelerating. He accelerated himself into fucking being, I don't know, a meth addict. I don't know. That's what I think. That's what I think he means, right? That's what he's saying, right? No?
I mean, he's saying like, oh yeah, this guy, but this guy here, he's the real deal. And it's like, yeah, he, look at how he turned out.
Yeah, it's not a good day for Land.
What a role model.
So what then is Land's philosophy about? And you'll notice the paper is titled Terminator versus Avatar, which is, we are most of the way through it. By the way, just letting you know, we are most of the way through the paper at this point. So, yay. In a nutshell, Deleuze and Guattari's machinic desire, remorselessly stripped of all Bergsonian vitalism, made backwards compatible with Freud's death drive and Schopenhauer's will. That's actually a very accurate way to describe it, but there's issues there. Like, I could just, what the fuck? I forgot that. The Hegelian Marxist motor of history is then transplanted into this pulsional nihilism, the idiomatic autonomic will, no longer circulating on the spot, but upgraded into a drive, guided by a quasi-teleological artifact intelligence attractor that draws terrestrial history over a series of intensive thresholds that have no eschatological point of consummation, and that reach empirical termination only contingently if and when the materialist substrate burns out. The Hegelian Marxist historical materialism inverted. Capital will not be ultimately unmasked as exploited labor power. Rather, humans are the meat puppet of capital. Their identities and self-understandings are simulations that can and will ultimately be sloughed off. That is actually a really fantastic summary of Nick Land. I mean that, not unironically in every single way. It's got, I do hate his penchant for like overcomplicating how he talks because it makes me nuts. But 100%, that's a pretty fucking bang on. That's a bang on Nick Land. I'm trying to think. I don't have anything to add to it. Nick Land is kind of weird because Deleuze and Guattari and Anti-Oedipus go through the genealogy. So does Nietzsche, by the way, in a book called Genealogy of Morals. They go through the genealogy of things to arrive where they're at. Nick Land takes that and just kind of goes, yeah, well, fuck it. Like, that's it, and just runs. And that's what he does. He like goes, yeah, well, sure, you've got all this vitalism that's kind of core to it because, you know, like everything Freud did and all these other guys had to do with libido and desire and all that. I'm just going to throw that out. But I do like Death Drive, so I'm going to keep that because reasons. And then also, I'm going to bring Schopenhauer's will into it. Not Nietzsche's version of will, but Schopenhauer's, because I want to be cool. And then the Hegelian Marxist motor of history is translated into this pulsional nihilism. This idiotic autonomic will Schopenhauer, no longer circulates on the spot, but is upgraded to a drive now because of things.
By the way, something that might
fuck, dude, he
help me
sucks so
understand.
hard.
Something that might help me understand stuff a lot better. What is the difference between Schopenhauer's will and Nietzsche's will?
Let's find a Schopenhauer quote. Let's find a Schopenhauer quote. Come on, Google. God fucking damn it. Man, the internet's just getting worse and worse and worse. All right. Well, that's just not. Hey, do you remember when, like, you used to be able to find websites on Google? I know I'm an old man.
Yeah.
But like you'd go to a site, you'd use Google, and you'd go, oh, that looks like a place I can go, and you'd click on it, and you'd go to a site to read it. But now Google like answers your question, and so you never go to the site.
And then you just get like trash results.
Oh God,
absolute garbage. And they're wasting your time on purpose because you spend more time looking for whatever you're looking for, and therefore you get served more ads.
So the very short version is Nietzsche, as you can tell in the titles of his books and I think through his writing, generally he's, despite being a nihilist, he actually is a very life-affirming philosopher. I believe, in my readings of him and in a lot of people's readings of him, he's actually very celebratory about life, despite nihilism, which is kind of amazing. The will to power is the will to overcome for him. And it's many competing forces rather than a singular entity of a will, for example.
And it's not conscious. You don't steer it.
No, but Schope, different beast, very different beast. Nihilistic in the negative way. The will is what generates endless suffering. And it is a single, unified will through everyone. So everyone's got, like, it's the will. Like the Force in Star Wars. Sorry, goddamn. I mean, it's just like, it's the Force. It isn't the will to power that is a multifaceted, complex thing. It's the will. And
imagine how different Evangelion would have been if Anno read Nietzsche instead of Schopenhauer.
I mean, yeah. It's a very different beast. Ultimately, at a base, Schopenhauer was basically like the depressing Buddhist. Life is suffering, life is suffering, life is suffering, because you can never satisfy anything ever, and everything that's satisfied gives way to new things to satisfy. Life is consistent suffering, without the joy of the possibility of gaining Satori. Like, he's the depressed Buddhist. I don't like Schopenhauer's writing. But Nick Land really did. And again, he's a huge piece of shit human being. Like, he's a bad person, and he's personally invested.
Schopenhauer,
No, he sucked. I'm not about Nick Land. Nick Land's a huge piece of shit. He's deeply invested in like race realism and the hyper-fascist sort of realities of being a white guy in the UK and the structures thereof. He's so deeply ingrained in them that these are the things he is one with the machine in that sense. He's one with the machine in that sense. And so to continue, 2 more text samples establish the narrative. This is so awful. Emergent planetary commercium trashes the Holy Roman Empire, the Napoleonic continental system, the Second and Third Reich, and the Soviet International, cranking up world disorder through compressing phases. Deregulation and the state arms race each other into cyberspace. I fucking hate him so much. Like, it's like he doesn't even know that like the state created the internet and cyberspace and that it's hyper regulated. And it's just like, dude, he's too stupid to know how like
cyberspace
programming works.
Wild, man. It's crazy.
God, he sucks.
It's like he watched an episode of Reboot and he thinks that's
No, he does. Again, he very much does. He has an understanding of software.
Reboot was a fantastic show, but
he has an understanding of software the same that Deleuze does, and he kind of ran with it. Deleuze considered the programming on a computer to be kind of this incredible freedom, but he didn't understand that like actually it's the opposite, because you can't just do anything. You can't like do whatever you want. It's actually a hyper regimented, over-coded space. Quite literally from the ground up, the binary system on up.
You would have fun reading the what is it, the gender accelerationist black paper.
I have. It is ceasing to be a matter of how we think about technics, if only because technics is increasingly thinking about itself. That's just not true. It might still be a few decades before artificial intelligence has surpassed the horizon of biological ones. Nope. But it is utterly superstitious to imagine the human dominion of terrestrial culture is still marked out in centuries, let alone in some metaphysical perpetuity. The high road to thinking no longer passes through a deepening of human cognition, but rather through a becoming human of cognition, a migration of cognition out in the emerging planetary techno-sentience reservoir, into dehumanized landscapes, emptied spaces where human culture will be dissolved. This is
okay, Grimes.
Yeah, he sucks, man. Back to Mark Fischer, who sucks in a different way. This is, quite deliberately, theory as cyberpunk fiction. Deleuze-Guattari's concept of capitalism as the virtual unnameable thing that haunts all previous formations. Fuck you, dude. Just everything wrong with that sentence, you motherfucker. The virtual unnameable thing that haunts all previous formations, pulp welded to the time bending of the Terminator films. What? What appears to humanity as the history of capitalism is an invasion from the future by an artificial intelligent space that must assemble itself entirely from its enemy's resources, as machinic desire has it. Capital as Megadeth drive as Terminator. That which can't be bargained with, can't be reasoned with, doesn't show pity. That's the most surface level reading of Terminator that exists in the world is this right here. It's amazing. Capital is Megadeth drive. Megadeth drive. That's a sentence he wrote and was okay with leaving in. Capital as Megadeth drive.
Mega, dude.
Capital is Megadeth. Drive is Terminator. That which can't be bargained with.
Deserve to be associated with this.
Terminator is that which can't be bargained with, can't be reasoned with, doesn't show pity or remorse or fear, and will absolutely not stop ever. Land's piratings of Terminator, Blade Runner, and the Predator films made his text part of the convergent tendency, an acceleration of cyberculture in which digital sonic production disclosed an inhuman future that was to be relished rather than abominated. Land's machinic theory poetry paralleled the digital intensities of 90s jungle, techno, and doomcore, which sampled from exactly the same cinematic sources and also anticipated impending human extinction becoming accessible as a dance floor. This is... do I have to keep explaining why this is shit?
This is like bait.
Yes.
For undergrads.
Yes.
Want to be cool.
And I have this. This is in there's a little accelerationist reader, a little book I got rid of it because they're just all essays that are just of this quality, to be perfectly frank. And it's Land's piratings of Terminator, Blade Runner, and Predator films made his text part of the convergent tendency. Acceleration of cyberculture in which digital is so awful. So what does this have to do with the left? That's a fucking good question, Mark. Well, for one thing, Land is the kind of antagonist the left needs. God. If Land's cyber-futurism can seem out of date, it is only in the sense that jungle and techno are out of date. Yes, that's the reason, Mark. Jungle and techno are out of date. Fucking... what the fuck? Not only because they've been superseded by new futurisms, but because the future as such has succumbed to retrospection. The actual near future wasn't about capital stripping off its latex mask and revealing the machinic death's head beneath. It was the opposite. New sincerity, Apple computers advertised by kitschy cutesy pop. This failure to foresee the extent to which pastiche, recapitulation, and a hyper-Oedipalized neurotic individualism would become the dominant cultural tendencies is not a contingent error. It points to fundamental misjudgment about the dynamics of capitalism. None of these things are true anymore. It was for a few years, you fucking whack job. Like, it's the existence this one man lived in and has no ability to understand outside of his silly little world is like the peak of white philosophy. I don't know how else to phrase it. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. Jungle is still huge. Techno is fucking insanely huge. Like, they're not out of date. We actually live in a time, for the last few years, I would argue, where we don't have a kind of retro anymore or a futurism. We actually are frozen. I believe we're in a place where we're frozen. There's a break in the way that time has been working. But the idea of new sincerity, he put that in here, acting like that's a thing that's going to be big enough for me to notice. And it's like Apple computers advertised by kitschy cutesy pop. The fuck are you talking about? There was like 3 years of ad campaigns. New sincerity that died on the vine. Like you're hanging your hat on shit that not only didn't last
for a blink,
but had no impact in comparison to the stuff that you're saying is gone, but isn't gone. Like, it's just childish.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I don't know. It's just like, it's like very jaded, like cool. I'm cool. Cigarette.
Oh, you don't even know.
Okay.
I remember the ending of this. That's all I remember. Because this has otherwise been fun. This failure to foresee the extent to which pastiche, recapitulation, blah, blah. But this does not legitimate a return to the quill pens and powdered wings of the 18th century bourgeois revolution. Does he know that how he's writing is like making some retro things seem cool, but other things naturally negative? Like, does he know he's doing that? But he has no clue. Neither of which have any purchase on the political and libidinal terrain in which we are currently embedded. Really? You don't think so? Well, Land's cyber-gothic remix of Deleuze and Guattari, goddamn, what a hack, is in so many respects superior to the original. His deviation from their understanding of capitalism is fatal. Land collapses capital into what Deleuze and Guattari call schizophrenia. And are you ready for, like, again, these are the experts of the world. losing their most crucial insight into the way that capitalism operates by a simultaneous processes of deterritorialization and compensatory reterritorialization. Capitalism's human face is not something it conventionally set aside, an optional component or sheath cocoon with which it can ultimately dispense. That's accurate. The abstract processes of decoding that capitalism sets off must be contained by improvised archaisms. Yes, that's literally what I was saying. Lest capitalism cease being capitalism. Similarly, markets may or may not be the self-organizing meshworks described by Fernand Braudel and Manuel de Landa, but what is certain that capitalism, dominated by quasi-monopolies such as Microsoft and Walmart, is an anti-market. Bill Gates promises business at the speed of thought, but what capitalism delivers is thought at the speed of business. The simulation of innovation and newness that cloaks inertia and stasis. Sure. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal, but it's a very good critique of Land. It's almost word for word what I said. So nice. For precisely these reasons, acceleration can function as an anti-capitalist strategy. Not the only anti-capitalist strategy, but a strategy that must be part of any political program that calls itself Marxist. The fact that capitalism tends towards stagflation, that growth is in many respects illusory, is all the more reason that accelerationism can function in a way that Alex Williams characterizes as terroristic. What we're not talking about here is a kind of intensification of exploitation that a knee-jerk socialist humanism might imagine when the specter of accelerationism is invoked. As Lyotard suggests, the left subsiding into a moral critique of capitalism is a hopeless betrayal of the anti-identitarian futurism that Marx must stand for if it's to mean anything at all. What we need, as Jameson, the author of Walmart as Utopia, argues, is now a new move beyond good and evil, and this, Jameson says, is to be found in none other than the Communist Manifesto. The manifesto, Jameson writes, proposes to see capitalism as the most productive moment of history and the most destructive at the same time, and issues the imperative to think good and evil simultaneously, and as inseparable and inextricable dimensions of the same present of time. This is then a more productive way of transcending good and evil than the cynicism and lawlessness which so many readers attribute to the Nietzschean program. Capitalism has abandoned the future because it can't deliver it. Nevertheless, the contemporary left's tendencies towards canetism, its rhetoric of resistance and obstruction, collude with capital's anti-meta-narrative that it is the only story left standing. Time to leave behind the logics of failed revolts and think ahead again. And that's why he does well. So it's very infuriating to me because there's no substance in this at all. But the final point's accurate. I would say accurate. It is the right set. It's, hey, all that shit we've always done doesn't work. We need to try more stuff. But he's doing it under the guise of actually supporting Nick Land and accelerationism, which absolutely does obliterate minority rights and is hyper-destructive, but also under the guise, at the same time, somehow, of a nostalgia for a time that he's literally going over as he's talking about it. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is one of his better essays.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I think it's very, very rough. It tires me out a lot. This dude tires me the shit out. I fucking hate it a lot. It's hard for me to say how much I hate it, but the answer is a lot.
Maybe something less tiring. But thanks for doing that, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to be ending my stream here very shortly. You pushed me at the end. My brain is now ending. But the short version is Nick Land took the fascist parts of what D&G wrote and went, that's awesome, and ran with it. And didn't there's interesting stuff. I think, again, the idea of acceleration doesn't work because of the nature of capital. It's like there's things literally built into the way they write in Anti-Oedipus and in A Thousand Plateaus, and also into their own works, where it's like, look, capital doesn't really accelerate like that. That's not really how this thing works. And a lot of people really do get these things wrong. But
it's almost like, it almost feels like Land was like an Italian futurist that was born a little too late, and he encountered Deleuze and Guattari.
I mean, here's the thing. He was a white British middle-class guy angry at the world. That's it. You don't really need more than that.
Yeah, the British are pretty dangerous.
especially the 1980s versions or 70s versions. because he wrote that in 90 to 93. So you're talking about people who are like 10 years older than me. It's a very particular age, and maybe 20 years older than me. It's a very particular age, and it's not good to, like, you're in a transition period. There's a lot of loss of power, a lot of frustration in academia.
That's right. Period.
Yeah. And it's just him sitting here going like, I'm angry, and just being angry. And I was like, cool, Land. Good for you, buddy. That's great. You're just angry and racist. Because if you didn't know, he's a race realist too, and has said really, really awful shit. He's kind of a nightmare, kind of a super nightmare, actually. So
it kind of feels similar to like how I part of how I got into better cooking was through Marco Pierre White, and then I find out he's a huge Thatcher fan.
Yeah. Brits.
Yeah.
Brits, man. Brits and Americans. There's an age group that's like, it's built in. It's
Chris
part
Hitchens.
of the, it's again, middle class, semi upper middle class people. Like you start having these conversations where it's like, hey, do you know, like, the privileged position that white middle-class people had in the 70s and 80s that began to disappear created a disillusionment amongst white men. All white people have experienced it who were in that class. I grew up middle up. My dad did well. I mean, everyone can look up the school I went to. It's a whole thing. And we did decently well, didn't have to worry about things. And you don't know and realize your position in the world. All you know is that
lose it.
All that you know is that you don't get to also have it. I'm like most people my age. We don't own homes. We're looking for one, maybe in an inheritance is a thing for people. Like, the reality is the life that we were promised it's the Fight Club thing, right? We were promised to be,
we're supposed to be
movie stars and rock stars. And instead we're working at gas stations. And the reality is that thing, instead of taking a second and going, hey, that's weird, what the fuck happened? And starting to look back over time and realizing this isn't the first time that's happened, by the way, by any stretch. Even in the last 100 years, it's not even the second or third time. This is a regular thing that happens. Instead of doing that, just going, yeah, it's probably because they're all bastards and mean. And that's like, cool. I don't need you anymore once you're at that point.
Well, actually, that kind of does tie into. I was just going to mention Men, the Alex Garland.
I love that movie.
Yeah,
Men is one of my favorites. The choice of actor, he's so good. He is so good. The
perfect.
The Men.
Yeah,
he's phenomenal. It is not the movie I thought it was going to be, and it's worth absolutely watching and enjoying.
You think it's going to be one thing at the beginning, and then it kind of, it turns into something else.
Yep.
Part of why like I even came on tonight was just because I was literally mulling over the unfortunate ways that I relate to the monster in that movie as a man. And it's like, God damn it.
There's a old Propagandhi song. It's one of my favorite bands I grew up with How to Clean Everything. It's like my favorite album. It's what tattooed on my wrist is the barcode from it. And there's a great song on it. Hold on a sec. Wow. It actually gave me cleaning products when I looked it up. That's fucking insane. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, they have a song, Fuck Machine, that's great. And the lyrics basically go, it's something physical, conditioned reaction, something physical, conditioned attraction. But if I finally escaped, will my eyes no longer rape innocent women, children, human beings, seeing the pain it brings? Shallow, superficial decision, real beauty obscured by my television. That line I fucking have always loved because it's, and then it goes into, but this just in, bikini film at 10. The female anchor smiles, shrugs it off and says, boys will be boys. Do you really want to be our fucking toys? And that's kind of it's an angry song, but that's their critique. And it's one I love. And this is the thing I've been I can't help but go back to it. I've been talking about this piece I've been working on and trying to get back to, because when we talk about paternalism, it's a really complicated thing because a lot of people presume that it's the man-focused thing or that men are in charge. And it's like, no, the system at large and the way things work is paternalistic. And it's not that there's a paternal, like, hey, that's the paternal, and you point at them, but instead that the nature of how power structures work and are reinforced by everyone within it grow to a position where these things become sort of self-interfacing. And I'm using the example of Star Trek, actually, and the Prime Directive, because it's a really interesting one. It's a thing that's like really kind of controversial in and of itself among Star Trek fans. I'm a big Star Trek fan. But specifically, if you go back to the first time it ever showed up, because I'm an original series and a Next Generation and Deep Space Nine guy. The rest of the shows are fine. The Return of the Archon is the first episode, original series. And what it is there's this like, I don't know, a robot machine type thing that like controls everyone on the planet. And it's the downloaded memory of a guy who died. And it has a prime directive. And the prime directive is to keep everyone alive. And this is the first time they mention it. Yeah, it's the prime directive. And there's a really great set of lines Kirk has where he says, what does alive mean? And he starts lecturing that life is not simply about living, that it's about allowing the potential for people to exist. This is actually in the original Star Trek. And it's hands down one of my favorite lines, and it's how I grew up with the whole thing. So when we see in later shows and later episodes, and we're talking about what happens when you actually contact a tribe, and there are a lot of times when Kirk or Picard, they're debating on whether or not they would just let entire civilization be wiped out because of the prime directive. And everyone, their first reaction, this is what I was writing tonight, and I'm trying to find my way through it. You're going to get to hear the raw version. But everyone says these things like, oh my God, would he just let everyone die? That's stupid for a principle. It's like, no, actually, there's a reality. Angry Anouk is a fantastic documentary about this, because it's actually not so much that saving people's lives, saving their lives, while collapsing their potential, is that saving them. There are multiple first contacted tribes, like actual experiences where first contact, and it wasn't imperial, it wasn't taking over, it wasn't anything, they weren't really worthwhile, but they contacted. Just the contact broke their entire civilization within 2 generations to suicide and alcohol and depression, because it's effectively what we would call the Eskimo people. The people, their actual tribal name means the only man. Can you imagine? That's what they called themselves, as the only man.
Yeah.
And now they know they're not. That's all it took. And then as they exist in a world that is changing, you break their potential. They're no longer going to expand and grow. They're going to stop and stagnate and die off. And so when we talk about the prime directive or paternalism, or what it means when people are in charge and how we be in charge and how we handle this, it's a far more complex thing than just, well, are people alive? It's like, is that the point? Because the point is, are we actually supporting the potential of people? And here I think we start talking in a better way about, hey, what is the actual leftist message? It's supporting the potential of people, whatever that may be. It's not just being alive. It's setting that up. And My favorite example of it, I think the best example in modern culture, is Peacemaker, the TV series. And if you haven't seen it, it's 100%. It's 100% what I'm talking about. It's 100% that. It is why do you rebel when you are being saved? Why, when I come to you and I'm ready to save you and stop you from possibly going down the same route that I did? I'm a father. I'm paternal instinct. I am going to take care of you, and I'm going to make sure you don't make the same mistakes I did. Why is that something you people rebel against? Right. It's because you're limiting my potential. You're crushing all the possibility of what I could be, and you don't even really know it, because I don't even know it, because just the nature of being around you and just the nature of knowing you exist is more powerful. It ruins my ability to make free choices. And that's why Peacemaker is the best response to the whole thing. And again, which is hilarious. It's also, by the way, a brilliant fucking show you have to see. Stunningly wonderful.
That's literally... That's
the meaning of the show.
Sins of the father shit. Yeah.
Well, it's the whole show is literally sins of the father all the way down from Adabaya, her mom. Same. It's paternalism doesn't mean man, by the way. She's dealing with her mom, and he's dealing with his dad. And there's this really little thing. You ever notice in Peacemaker, who are the people he's upset about killing? White people.
Yep.
That's it. He doesn't care about killing all the other people, but he's upset about killing the white guy because who his dad is. Because this is how deep all of this shit goes. You become that thing. You become that structure that you have around you that is in power, because you're going to watch and you're going to copy and you're going to do those things because you are a child, or in comparison, you're a child. This is how it works. I don't have my sea legs. You're going to watch the guy who's been on the ship a long time and do what he does.
Right.
That's how it functions. And by doing so, you collapse people.
You would rather,
you collapse
because you basically, people get, especially as a child, you kind of get blackmailed, I guess, into doing the thing that's shitty but familiar.
Yes.
Rather than face the terror of
not knowing, the double bind, and also not just not knowing, but at that point, actually working against your parents. Because when you do things your parents don't want you to do or wouldn't do, it's not that you're doing your own thing. You're opposing them.
You're reacting,
Oh, no, not just reacting. Oh. You're opposing them, and you're aware that when you oppose them, they feel that as well. And so you have, it is an affront to a parent to do something they don't want you to do very often. And good parents aren't like that, but that's not really how things go for most of us.
And so even when you're opposing, you're still acting within the shadow of,
and you're still doing the thing. It's you are built by that break. I've got examples of three of my favorite first contacts of tribes that absolutely this is the case of. Like, it's insane when you start going through like the ethnological history of these like first contacts. It's fucking crazy.
Oedipalization writ large.
Well, it's sort of like it's just amazing. So the great Andamanese tribes, the great example of this. This is Brazil had this. There's a bunch of these, but there were 10 tribes with 5,000 members in the late 1700s. Their first sustained contact with British colonizers didn't involve warfare, but led to devastating consequences. British anthropologist Lidio Cipriani documented how the introduction of alcohol, tobacco, and new diseases destroyed their population. But more significantly, their entire cosmological understanding collapsed when they were forcibly relocated from their ancestral territories to a small island for protection. They literally used the stars to determine everything, and now they were on an island that didn't have those stars. By the 1960s, only 20 remained. The Awa people of Brazil experienced similar cultural devastation. This is early draft. This is not in it. because it's clunky. Following contact with Brazilian society in 1970-1980s, anthropologist Laura Graham documented how their encounters with loggers, miners, and eventually the government workers led to a profound crisis of meaning. Their spiritual worldview, which positioned them as central figures maintaining cosmic order, disintegrated with the existence of vast technological civilizations that functioned according to entirely different principles. The Inuit is, I think, the most horrifying one. There's a book called The Last Kings of Thule that I went through. That the word Inuit literally means the only real people, because you would see in the snow people, but they weren't people, like the shape of a human. There was a thing for them. It was like they basically embraced this odd trick of the eye, and it completely dismantled everything about them. Like, just in every single way.
Yeah.
It's horrifying.
It completely destroys. I mean, even just having access to a mirror can just destroy the intersubjectivity of a culture.
And the only way you end up in a better place with it is the Sentinelese. They're the only ones. And we don't know what's going on with them because they murder anyone who comes to their island. and it's worked. That's the thing. It's
okay.
worked.
So you're saying that Xi Jinlu is right? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Because just having it there, right, ruined everything. We've got. I use examples in an early draft of the dropship gods, the World War II guys. They would drop off things, and these guys had never seen aircraft or modern technology, and they didn't notice because they were dropping off an island. There was nobody, but there was a bunch of islands around, and these islanders had these crazy rituals that they developed to try to bring back supplies and aircraft because they thought they were gods. They built mock runways and control towers out of local materials.
Insane.
The cargo cults. That's the name. The cargo cults.
Oh, that's where that comes from. Okay, I got it.
And so again, just
nice.
So when we talk about like just even having that moment of contact, when we talk about it, and it's why the phrase is important. In Anti-Oedipus, they use the term deterritorialization. That is what this is. When your territory, your understanding of the world, the totality of the world shatters. It's not a simple thing to do that. It would be, and it's why I like talking about the kind of stuff that makes you break in your understanding of the world, or how you're in the wrong place, or like you just don't understand what's happening. And it's really tough to imagine, but the entirety of your world shatters. It doesn't mean that like you go on.
Yeah.
It's actually maybe the end of your people, because what is then alive? There are 400 people on the surface of a planet. They may die if they stay. Do we evacuate them? If we evacuate them, we've destroyed them. They may live, but we've destroyed them. Is that a thing we're willing to do? And it's a far more nuanced conversation than simply saying, yeah, people need to be alive. It's like, come on, grow up. There's more things than that.
And then, well, I mean, it's even a little I don't know, kind of quickens your heart to think about like, okay, and now how can we apply this on an interpersonal level, even within the same culture? It's like,
well, you can't, because it's a cultural thing. It's an understanding. It's Klosowski talks about it, but so does Nietzsche and Deleuze. There's a moment where you get to be aware of it and step outside of it and watch it. And you'll forget this and you'll step back inside. This is the vicious circle for Klosowski. And you'll forget and you'll go through the process. But that stepping outside and that awareness informs the rest of the process. And you have the ability to inform and shift and change every cycle of this. And that's where the power is. So it's not so much that we need to do away with paternalism. You're not going to do that. You're just like, we can't get rid of capitalism. It's fucking stupid. Instead, how you interact with these things and how you fuck with them changes it. A great example. You want a major moment? Kurt Cobain and his band wearing dresses on MTV.
Yeah.
Like unironically wearing dresses. Not a, hey, we're weird guys, but like just they wore dresses a lot when they performed and when they were on MTV. Like that shit breaks things. Because they were big rock stars. What does that mean? What does it mean to be in a dress? This conversation that happened around that was visited by other people breaking other things, as again, capitalism decodes and then anachronistically creates axiomatics that are able to recapitulate and control desire. That thing is going to be coming through. And I think there's a lot of power to be had there. But with that, I'm out. That's 9:30. I have been streaming now for, it's going to be 4 hours and I am beat. We did some good games. I'm going to do Doom tomorrow night. I'm really excited for Doom. Really excited for Doom.
Do we get to bother you, or is that going to be a?
I don't know. I might not even stream. I'll try to stream. I might just do it without anything because I really am excited for that. I beat the other two and loved them. It's hard for me to say how much I loved them, so I'm really excited about this one.
All right. Yeah. Next time we'll have to go a little deeper into masculinity, I guess. 'Cause that seems to be.
What's a good book on masculinity?
My main preoccupation at the moment. Or I guess that's the way that like I can philosophically attach the way that I engage with people without getting too personal about it. So
if you can get a hold of Ciara Kremen's book, Man-Made Woman, I would recommend it.
Man-Made Woman. Okay.
Yeah, Ciara Kremen. It is a very different...
Dialectics of cross-dressing.
Correct.
Okay.
I just to read a quote from her, and I appreciate under her dead name Colin, and I have to say it because she didn't change the fucking name on the book, and you can still only find it under Colin. Colin Kriven, How to Do Video Games with Deleuze and Guattari. Fantastic, fun little read. But here's a quote from her. While I'm delighted to contribute to the breaking down of heterofascistic biases, this is not the principal reason I started dressing to work as a woman. No doubt to the disappointment of colleagues in sociology, I never suffered from being born to the wrong gender. They're unlikely to find sympathy in the reason I cross-dress. I dress as a woman because I like wearing women's clothes. I like the look of the Western feminine aesthetic. I like the look of the silky fabrics on my body. I like the process of selecting outfits and matching jewelry and shoes and putting on makeup. Very, very interesting writer and fantastic, just in general. There's a big article I can go through in a second, but Colin Ciara showed up one day at Auckland University to a lecture in high heels, pantyhose, full makeup, and jewelry. And the book I recommended is basically that. And the title of the article I love. It's absurd a man in a dress warrants discussion, but I'm stared at every time I go out. I'll just read. It's such a good article. I don't care. It's so good. I love Ciara's writing. Let's do it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll ask you one more question after this, and then we'll go.
Sounds good. 2 seconds. Come on. Yes, stupid thing. When I hear stories of enraged parents like Nigel Rowe, 44, and his wife Sally, 42, who removed their 6-year-old son from an unnamed school after a male classmate was allowed to attend the primary school in a dress, it makes me wonder what some parents must think about me. A transgender classmate can be ignored, isolated, and bullied. It's harder to ignore your lecturer, where, in a dress, tights, court shoes, and makeup, actually I go by the she pronoun these days, stood at the front of the lecture theater telling you what you need to know to pass the course. What must those parents, those fresh-faced freshers, I teach anything up to 500 in a given session, be thinking? The Rose would no doubt be horrified, as they might a school in Milwaukee that organized an official cross-dressing day and polled 1,000 parents on a number of statements. 44% agreed with the statement, "This is the latest form of perverse indoctrination from leftists since constant public education." 19% agreed that this extreme perversion borders on child abuse. However, while 7% agreed with the statement, "What a clever way to sow gender confusion in hundreds of children at once," nobody agreed with the statement, "It's good to break down hetero-fascist biases." That's the line I enjoyed. I've wanted to dress the way as I dress as long as I can remember, but it took over 40 years to pluck up the courage to dress openly in women's clothes. The first day I did is one I'll never forget and will never be allowed to forget. It was on 27th July 2015 that forces stirred inside me and swept me off my nylon-sheathed feet, out my front door, and dumped me into the middle of campus, a point from which there was no return. Neither students nor colleagues were forewarned. To them, two strangers, many now will have read about me in national press here in New Zealand, heard me talk on national radio, and probably goggle-eyed, seen pictures of me in celebrity gossip magazine Women's Day. I will forever be the lecturer who dresses in women's clothes. Good. How then, on that first day, did those 100 or so students sitting patiently wait for me to give a lecture on popular culture react? I've been asked many times. Let's pause momentarily. From a certain perspective, what I had on was fairly conventional. After all, where I live, and in most westernized countries, practically half the population can dress in such a way without so much as raising an eyebrow. Yet on me, these clothings are anything but conventional, stirring conversations across the university and beyond. Though you wouldn't necessarily know it from our exposure to trans people in the media and stories about boys donning skirts as a protest because they're not allowed to wear shorts, the stigma on male-to-female cross-dressing is profound as it ever was. Evidence of this is all around you in workplaces, on trains, in the supermarket. For a wager that in a typical day, maybe even a typical year, in such situations, you will not encounter a man in any item whatsoever that you think of as women's. Not a dress, colorful makeup, tights or heels, nor even a simple bag for carrying items in, called a handbag. What is this barrier in men that prevents them, except when accompanied by an alibi, from adopting such items into their repertoire? You may now be thinking of men you've seen wearing such items. They are what we call exceptions that prove the rule. You remember them because they stand out like a sore thumb. I stand out like a sore thumb too, not simply because I dress as a woman. It's because I dress as a woman at times and in places that are not constructed for gender-bending frivolity. At work, in regular pubs, at the mall, on the train, my appearance is out of joint from others. My students didn't react, or at least there was no visible reaction. People stare when they don't know you can see them. Everywhere I go, and no matter how frequently I go there, people double-take. So would I. My appearance causes others to think. They think twice about gender. And I'm happy to act as a vehicle to get people thinking. Because when you do think about it, when you think about how progressive we supposedly are in our attitudes towards sex, it's frankly absurd that in this day and age, a male in a dress elicits any response at all. In other situations, the most likely response is laughter. After all, what's funnier than a man who dresses like a woman? It's a joke that survived the fall of the Roman Empire, the Dark Ages, the Holocaust, and the Benny Hill Show. The joke is not lost on billionaire prankster Sir Richard Branson. He declared himself a believer in fun, who likes making sure everyone laughs. When, having lost a bet to a pal, served as an attendant on one of his flights, wearing lipstick, false eyelashes, and mascara, a sexy red skirt, fishnet stockings, and high heels. A man who dresses as a woman is evidently a joke. It is as if, by wearing a dress, a man is deprived of the power he's entitled to. The likes of Branson staged their dethronement from a patriarchal perch. They pose no threat to anyone. But when a male dresses openly in women's clothes without offering an alibi and fully identifies with the style he adopts, she demonstrates the provenance of male power is in symbols, not in nature. Men have no entitlement to anything. Relationships that have lasted millennia and which people are evidently wedded to are called into question by men who affirm their femininity in visible ways. But, according to the Bible, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God. The reason why people are now seemingly unfazed when a westernized woman wears clothing a typical man wears, but not the other way around, is because it's men who are vulnerable and with something to lose. When dresses and lipstick no longer denote woman, when a handbag is just a bag, when men in tights no longer elicits laughter, they're simply different expressions of style, then we can speak of gender-neutral clothing. The notion of gendered clothing is rendered meaningless. In such a word, one far removed from the one we all have been brought up in. Gone would be the pressure on men to man up. Gone would be the attendant crisis of masculinity and the violence issuing from them. Men bare their teeth when their masculinity is called into question. A woman in trousers does not challenge patriarchy. The structural relations that undergird the gender divide, men in dresses do. By scrambling the signifiers of dress so that people like myself can wear dresses and makeup without eliciting a stir, we are all liberated from the social constraints imposed on our bodies and that we impose on others. So yes, I will gladly sow gender confusion in kids. It's my duty to.
Take that, Slavoj Žižek.
Fuck yeah. Crimin's great. Like, wonderful writing across the board. But I highly recommend Man-Made Woman, because this is, if you also want to get into why the trans debate is what it is, I think this is, to me, the same exact critique levies very cleanly there. Man transitioning to woman is man giving up his power explicitly. And it shows that the power is actually not in the manness.
It's not real.
Or, it shows that it's bullshit. It's a fantastic argument, and it's very difficult to argue with. It's also why you tend to find women who transition to men. No one cares. Not in the same way, because also those men don't gain. Like, again, they don't want to have this conversation. That's what they don't want. That's why they don't want to have this conversation. It's why it's that line at the end that I just absolutely adore. A woman in trousers does not challenge patriarchy, the structural relations that undergird the gender divide, but men in dresses do.
Yes.
It's absolutely accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually that's one of the big bugs in my brain lately has been that Compact Mag article by Žižek just annoys the absolute fuck out of me. And I
mean, that's Žižek's job.
I guess I understand.
He used to write. Did you know that? He used to be a philosopher.
Well, yeah,
it's a true story.
You have like people come along and they're like, "Oh, well, he's making a complex Lacanian critique of these of this like political correctness and trans treatment and all this stuff." It's like, no, he isn't. He's buying into a bunch of pre-made reactionary narratives about the dangers of transitioning and puberty blockers and
good for her,
trans women in women's prisons, as if they weren't, as if they aren't the ones going to be surrounded by a bunch of people who want to hurt them. It's like this fox in the hen house. It's like this fox in the hen house idea. That's really reactionary. That just goes.
Ooh, I'm going to save this article.
That Žižek doesn't even try to question.
She collides with Žižek in this article.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. Good. I'm going to save that. That is going to be saved for later. All right. That is it for me.
So one question related to this, and then we'll go to bed. I'm pretty tired.
Very nice. I like this transition. I've been very happy with this transition. I think I like it very slow and a blend. I like it a lot slower because then it becomes like it pops into place. I kind of dig that, I think.
Was joink? Yeah.
I think it's like it's the slow blending of the colors, swatching it out, rezooming back in, and the reform that pops. I'm a big fan of that, I think.
See, you'll get to make everything look really, really cool, but the audio will always be shit. That's the one. That's the one.
Someday I'm actually just going to get like a real. You're not alone. Someday I'm going to actually get like this fucking thing, like running much better. But yeah, it's tough, man.
Yeah, sound is always it's that really weird technical realm that, like, unless you have the right equipment, it's so.
It's just annoying.
Inconvenient.
My brother has like, he's got a sound studio for an entire game studio in his home, and it's basically like in a silly amount of equipment, and he still has audio issues. So it makes me feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I was just at a huge music festival, and they were like having audio cutting out issues for like 6 bands straight on the main stage. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, that's the one I like. I think I'm gonna go with that one. I like that. It's a slow blend.
Anyway, what I wanted to ask by way of masculinity was,
and then the other one.
So she's a really interesting author as far as like gender expression and stuff, but I'm more concerned about like, how do I put this? I guess ultimately the sexual relationship where like issues of like how men see themselves and insecurities and
it's built in, and that's Man-Made Woman is interesting because I think you'll see this in a lot of Sarah's work. She doesn't do the thing where she's like, I was never a man. She's very aware of the position she has and where she's been in society, and she handles all of it very differently. And that thing that she goes into about the way that the patriarchy functions, the way these things come together, is explicitly because we are given this privilege, but without any power. It's an empathizing push. It's you might say it's all potestas without any potentia. It's 100% the allowance to do everything we want to do, but without any actual energy or capacity to do what we want to do.
Yeah, it's like you're a soldier being drummed into the army.
And so it's a really fucking wild. It's why I really appreciate her read on the entire thing. Give it a look, and you can find it online.
Okay.
It's worth picking up if you can find a copy. I think it's really tough these days, but give it a shot. I'm going to be out though. It's been fun, everyone. I love all of you.
Yep.
If you like what I do and you generally want to support it, I wouldn't turn against it. Let me see if I can send you to someone who is interesting. If I can do that, let's see. Who's online right now? Is anyone online? Does anyone stream anymore?
Like, subscribe, ring the bell.
Why is Kid You Know is up? I don't have that. What the fuck? There's literally nothing. I got nothing. Is there anyone good? No?
Check out the Discord. You can find me and Brooks there.
Yeah. Come to the Discord. Come say hi anytime you want. Discord.gg/DGQC. If you are enjoying what I'm doing, please do drop a super thanks, a membership, or head over to Patreon, which is the best, patreon.com/DGQC. And please, all of that stuff would be just a wonder for me if there's anything. Rezi's up. I searched for Rezi. I didn't find him. Rezi Bear.
Late night Rezi.
Oh, there he is. Wait. It's the I Am Evil EDH stream. That's the title, right? Someone, please. Just confirm that I'm not sending you to someone else. Like, I don't know. Rezi is kind of like a 24/7 stream. This is fair. Yeah, that's the stream. All right. Then I'm going to be sending you there. Please give Rezi all my love. And that'll be fantastic. And all my love goes to all of you. Thank you guys. I'll talk to you soon.